Chemical exfoliators work best when combined with facials. You know that a quality skincare routine is essential for maintaining healthy, glowing skin, especially in the summer months. Spending more time outside exposes you to more dangerous UVA, UVB rays, dangerous radicals, and unpleasant pollution, and all this can harm deep layers of your skin. The one behavior that by the end of the summer will genuinely improve your skin? Regular facials.
Summer is the perfect time to pamper your skin and give it rejuvenating and refreshing boost. With hot and humid weather out there, it's important to choose facials that not only give you a glowing skin but also soothe and cool it.
One of the most go-to facial is hydrofacial. A hydrofacial is one of the most common procedures performed year-round, but it is especially popular during the summer months. Hydrofacial can improve a range of issues including brown spots, fine lines, enlarged pores, dullness, uneven texture, and excess oil or acne. This makes it a good option for patients in a wide age range. Hydrofacials utilize effective serums and infusions to help nourish and protect the skin. These serums contain antioxidants which help reduce damage from free radicals. This is especially important during the summer months when you are faced with more sun exposure. The serums used during a hydrofacial are chosen with each patient's unique skin type, goals and needs in mind. This allows each patient to see the results they're looking for.
So I had opted for a hydrofacial, and this is how my skin is looking right now. It's glowing. I feel so rejuvenated and the complete experience was so soothing. So you guys should definitely try this out. With video journalist Abhishek Singh, this is Kshitija Gosavi for India Today.
You have the key opposition meeting that's currently underway in Patna. Bigwigs of at least 15 opposition parties are currently attending that meet to chalk out a roadmap to form an anti-BJP front for 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee, the Left Front, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, all among the top opposition leaders who are currently attending that meeting. Even as I speak, it's underway in Patna. Ahead of this meeting, though, Rahul Gandhi has slammed BJP, saying it was trying to spread hate in the country while the Congress was doing everything it can to unite the nation with love, expressing confidence that the opposition would indeed defeat BJP in 2024 polls. However, here missing are some of the party leaders of the opposition, including that of BRS, K. Chandrasekhar Rao. YSRCP's Jagan Mohan Reddy is not here. JDS's Deve Gowda isn't here. They've skipped the meet. BSP's Mayawati, of course, has said right from the start that the opposition meet does not align with her ideology, so she's out.
हिंदुस्तान में विचारधारा की लड़ाई चल रही है। एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी की भारत जोड़ो वाली विचारधारा और दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी आरएसएस की भारत तोड़ो वाली विचारधारा, ये लड़ाई है। और इसीलिए आज हम बिहार आए हैं, क्योंकि बिहार में कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो डीएनए है वो बिहार में है। पूरा देश समझ गया है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी बीजेपी का मतलब सिर्फ 2-3 लोगों को फायदा पहुंचाना, देश का पूरा धन उनके हवाले करना। कांग्रेस का मतलब गरीबों के साथ खड़ा होना, गरीबों के साथ मिलना, गले लगना और गरीबों के लिए काम करना। यहां पे देश के सब ऑपोजिशन की पार्टियां आई हैं, एक साथ मिलकर हम बीजेपी को हराने जा रहे हैं। आपने देखा होगा कर्नाटक में बीजेपी के नेताओं ने बहुत लंबे भाषण किए, हर कोने में घूम लिए और नतीजा आपको दिख गया कर्नाटक में क्या हुआ।
हास्यास्पद है कि आज कांग्रेस की छत्र छाया में कुछ ऐसे नेता एकत्रित होंगे जिन्होंने आपातकाल के समय में लोकतंत्र की हत्या का नजारा स्वयं देखा। यह हास्यास्पद है कि एकजुट होंगे वो लोग जो राष्ट्र को ये संकेत देना चाहते हैं कि उनकी स्वयं की क्षमता मोदी जी के सामने विफल है।
All right, I'm cutting across to the live visuals coming in of the opposition unity meeting. There you have images of Arvind Kejriwal arriving with Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. He's walked straight into this meeting at this point, even amid all the talk and buzz around Aam Aadmi Party, not very happy with the fact that the Congress hasn't yet come on board to support them on the Delhi ordinance issue. We see that the AAP has already sent out a strong message that today's opposition meeting, they are going to be tabling the very issue that's been haunting them for quite a few months now. The ordinance that the centre has passed on the Delhi government, taking away some of their powers, will be of prime focus. They will be reaching out to the Congress. Mallikarjun Kharge is here. We also see Rahul Gandhi in the frame, K.C. Venugopal. They've all arrived at that venue in Patna, this opposition Patna meeting, a unity, a show of unity that they're trying to project here. Maushmi is right there at the spot, joining us on the phone line as well. Maushmi, tell us more. We see all the opposition leaders trickling into this very Patna conclave. It's a big photo op opportunity, surely. Uddhav Thackeray now walking in. Tell us the big leaders who've already arrived and what's the buzz there? What's really on the agenda? We believe that most of the opposition leaders are fully tight-lipped on what's going to roll out in this meeting today.
So, Nabila, we are told there are almost 16 parties who are present in this big opposition meet. The only pullout is RLD. Jayan Chowdhury is in London on a family vacation, and he had expressed his regrets earlier for not coming for this meeting. But as they said that only the party chiefs were called, so there was no role play by somebody else on his behalf that could be allowed or was possible. So RLD is out, but MK Stalin, chief of the DMK and one of the biggest players in down south and in the national spectrum, if you see the Lok Sabha seats, TMC Mamata Banerjee is here, Rahul Gandhi in Kharge, of course. Now Bhagwant Mann has come in with Arvind Kejriwal. They did go to Patna Sahib yesterday, so a lot of optics playing out there, and they have Raghav Chadha and Sanjay Singh, who's the head of the parliamentary party of the AAP in the parliament. So Sanjay Singh is right there, and the ordinance issue is one of the key focus of the Aam Aadmi Party. You have Sharad Pawar coming in, you have Uddhav Thackeray coming in.
Abdullah, who's also arrived.
Hemant Soren is the last one to in fact reach. He is just, so
Sitaram Yechury, Omar Abdullah, Mallikarjun Kharge. We see really all the top leaders who've arrived at this Patna opposition meeting. Tell us who haven't been invited. We know a few of them have tried to steer clear of this, which is the JDS from Karnataka. Deve Gowda itself has decided to stay away from this opposition unity meet. BRS, the YSRCP. Tell us if they've even been invited in the first place. Have they refused the invitation? What really was that? How did that really work out for this meeting here? Was an invitation sent out in the first place?
So Nabila, you know, everybody has been really skeptical about this opposition unity. There are divergent viewpoints, different ideologies, and the most critical fact is that they are at each other's neck in many states. So that was one key issue, you know, focusing on which the invitations were sent out. Yes, BSP was invited, but Mayawati didn't turn up. Perhaps she is waiting and watching. And on the other hand, as I told you, RLD didn't come, but I'm not really sure, and I don't think that the BRS was invited, because there is a
are attempting a third front
within the leaders who are attending and the parties who are attending, that there could be attempts to derail this entire opposition startup. I would call it a startup because it's after a long time, after UPA 2, we've seen that there is a unity at such large scale where there are leaders who've not seen eye to eye. From Akhilesh Yadav to Mamta Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal being in the same frame as Rahul Gandhi. Many of them have icy relationships with Rahul Gandhi, and we will have to wait and see how that pans out. But amongst the fence-sitters who have not come and were not invited, as you said, JDS has not been invited because they've been at loggerheads in Karnataka and they've fallen apart since the last government fell way back in 2018 elections. So really, you know, the JDS is out, TDP is out, YSR is out, and also the BJD, that's made it really clear that it is more leaning towards the BJP. So all these four to five key regional parties have kept out of this opposition meet. But now, from now onwards, one will have to wait and see whether they are together or is it just a photo op, as you said. Because if they have to add more weightage to the entire meeting, there has to be a takeaway. Whether there's a common minimum program, Sharad Pawar apparently was working on that. Whether there is a team that is created with apt representation from every party and a convener in Nitish Kumar or any other leader of his stature made and a chairperson made for the entire alliance. That could happen, but we will have to wait and see how the Aam Aadmi Party, that's been stealing all the headlines or perhaps hogging all the limelight since the past 2 days over statements and sources saying they'll walk in or walk out, a yes or a no. We'll have to wait and see how Congress deals with Aam Aadmi Party, because it's been a very, very tough relationship with them, and Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal have been amicable and not been very courteous to each other. In fact, I remember Arvind Kejriwal saying that the Congress doesn't need anybody else to weaken the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi is enough. That was came close on the heels of the Gujarat elections. So Rahul Gandhi has been meeting state units of Punjab and Delhi, and they've been tweeting out against the Aam Aadmi Party. So it's going to be a very hemorrhaging relationship of the Congress with the AAP, if it has to be that way.
Sure enough,
but
you know,
for the longer run, they could compromise on the short-term interests.
All right, could compromise. So then in the start of this meeting today, what really would be discussed? We believe that there's a lot of talk about what are the common issues that the Congress can really come onto one page along with all the other opposition parties. Can they really identify some of the common issues that they can unite on? Is that going to be the agenda of today? A few of the issues, like for example, the Ram Mandir itself, a classic example where the Congress has been opposing it while the Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray has been for it. There are many issues like that, that all of them do not meet eye to eye about. And today, is this the day planned to only discuss on those common issues that can actually unite these parties?
You know, Nabila, the Netas would be, in fact, the organizers would be heaving a sigh of relief that this meeting is even taking place. Remember, it was rescheduled. It was slotted for earlier this month and was rescheduled. Rahul Gandhi has just returned. To get all these Netas, many of them are chief ministers. You have Hemant Soren, MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann. So many of them, Mamta Banerjee, all of these are chief ministers. They are busy people, and you can understand that there are certain certain issues which are very common and they would want to come together. That's the reason that Mamata Banerjee yesterday made a statement which was on the lines of what Nitish Kumar is saying, that we will have to forget everything and come together to defeat the BJP. So that's going to be the most common issue that everybody will agree upon. Whether the other regional issues are shadowed by this larger, greater common good umbrella kind of an issue, we will have to wait and see. Of course, I don't think that in the first meeting there can be a discussion on Savarkar or the Congress's ideology or the opinion on Gita Press and what Obama or PM Modi has been asked in US. But yes, since Aam Aadmi Party has insisted they were going to raise the ordinance issue, that could feature. Even caste census, which could be a binding force of the opposition, everybody would like to agree upon. That could be a big common issue, and we could see some takeaway on that issue in this meeting. But I can tell you that there's going to be a joint statement, which is the safest way forward. Not to antagonize anybody, not to talk about regional interests, make a common statement that everybody agrees upon and move ahead. Then let the other netas, the general secretaries of each party get together, let's make a committee and let them do the tough work or the difficult job of salvaging people's feelings and keeping assuaging ego issues. So we will have to wait for another day for that, Nabila.
That is what we're expecting, Mosmi. Possibly just a joint statement at the end of the day. The sticky issues will be kept out because at the end of the day, this is, of course, the first step. Rajdeep Sardesai is also joining us at the moment. Mosmi, stay on for the moment. Rajdeep, what do you see coming out of this mega opposition meeting? Because already there seems to be a spanner in the works with the Aam Aadmi Party indicating, virtually saying it out publicly in an official statement, that there is a pact between Rahul Gandhi and the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as the Delhi ordinance issue is concerned. The Congress will walk out, they say, in Parliament when that ordinance is brought forth.
Look, I think the fact at the moment is that there is a possible statement of intent that will come out of this meeting, wherein, as was suggested just now, all these ticklish issues, including the ordinance, will be discussed at a later stage in separate fora. The Congress is saying, let's use this fora to plan for the strategy for 2024. Arvind Kejriwal does want assurances from the Congress on the role that the party will play in Parliament. But my sense is that given the role that the likes of Sharad Pawar, Nitish Kumar, Mamata Banerjee and the amount that Nitish Kumar has invested of his political equity in organizing this meeting, I don't think you will see a breakdown. You won't see a breakthrough. So this meeting will be used to set a platform, a stage for further meetings to take place. Some of them could be smaller meetings, subgroups could be appointed, and individuals could be assigned specific tasks. So this meeting, in a sense, is only setting a platform for future meetings. I don't think that this meeting will actually provide a kind of dramatic breakthrough. And given those ticklish issues raised by Aam Aadmi Party, some by Mamata Banerjee, I don't see a common minimum program emerging just yet, or indeed a common strategy for 2024 emerging just yet. That will take a while, if at all.
Okay, Rajdeep, because you've obviously covered politics for so long and you have the understanding as well, help me understand this. What was the AAP's game plan in issuing that public statement, that official statement that said that there seems to be some sort of a milli-bhagat between Rahul Gandhi and the BJP to take down the ordinance, in fact, ensure that the ordinance passes through in Parliament when, of course, it is brought forth over there? Issuing that just before the opposition meeting starts, just when Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge are entering that room.
Good question, no easy answers, Paulomi. Because the Aam Aadmi Party, and I've been speaking to their leaders over the last couple of days, They are saying for them the ordinance that has been brought in by the Delhi government restricting the powers of the Aam Aadmi Party is a matter of life and death, to quote one leader. We need support for this. Now, you might recall the likes of Omar Abdullah have come out and said, where was the Aam Aadmi Party when Article 370 was effectively abrogated, when Kashmir was downsized to a union territory? Why didn't you speak up? So there are lots of issues of mistrust. I think what the Aam Aadmi Party statement shows is the level of mistrust that exists between parties like AAP and the Congress. Remember, not too long ago, Paulomi, the Congress was calling AAP the B team of the BJP. Now, to do it just before the meeting, is it throwing a spanner in the works or setting a Lakshman Rekha in a way for the Congress? I think Arvind Kejriwal will have to recognize that he has very few cards in his hand at the moment. Some of his key members are in jail. The AAP is at the moment struggling in that sense, given what's happened with the Delhi liquor scam. The Congress, on the other hand, is buoyant after its victory in Karnataka. So somewhere, I think the power equations have changed a bit. And Arvind Kejriwal will have to recognize how that plays out, Paulomi. So I think while he may be playing for high stakes, I think the Congress wants to play it much more carefully and doesn't want to commit to any kind of wider alliance with Mr. Kejriwal till what happens in the winter elections later this year.
Speaking of the Congress, Rajdeep, we were just earlier speaking to Tariq Anwar, and very interestingly, because we were discussing this earlier about what sort of a role does the Congress play as far as this Mahagathbandhan is concerned. Tariq Anwar says Congress will be leading this opposition alliance. So the Congress, of course, they're making it absolutely clear that they're not ceding space to any other party or entity to lead this alliance.
That is another major question, the whole leadership of the alliance. I think there's a recognition there that the Congress does have to play a central role because, frankly, the Congress has a footprint across far more states than any other party who's there at this meeting. The question is, how much is the Congress also simultaneously willing to, in a way, give up for these parties? For example, in a Bengal or in a Punjab. Is the Congress willing in Punjab to cede primacy to AAP and in Bengal to Mamta Banerjee? It may be easier to do it in a way with Mamta for the Congress, but much more difficult to do it in Punjab with AAP. So the Congress, according to me, is the elephant in the room. And within that elephant, the real elephant is Rahul Gandhi. You see, Rahul Gandhi's view is that you have to strengthen the Congress to make it, in a way, the prime challenger to the BJP. Now, in the process of doing that, are you going to also take on some of the very parties that you are sharing a room today with? Mamta Banerjee, for example, thinks that Sitaram Yechuri is some kind of a guide and mentor to Rahul Gandhi, and she cannot really stomach Sitaram Yechuri too much. So she has a problem, a mistrust factor. Arvind Kejriwal and the Congress have mistrust against each other. How do you overcome the trust deficit? That is the big challenge that the likes of Nitish Kumar and Sharad Pawar, far more experienced leaders, really have. And I think they haven't set their ambitions too high, as I said at the outset. They just want this to become the beginning of a dialogue, not the end result.
So if we start looking at all of these alliance partners individually, would you say that it is Nitish Kumar and Sharad Pawar who are the ones who are thinking more practically as far as, the give and take aspects of this alliance are concerned? Rajdeep?
Absolutely, Paulomi. I think these are the two leaders who've set an example, one in Maharashtra, one in Bihar, of the art of the possible. Nitish has twice left the BJP and returned to the fold, and Sharad Pawar stitched together the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi in November 2019. So these are more pragmatic politicians, and I think one of the factors missing in this opposition meeting is the absence of pragmatism and the belief that some of these opposition leaders have that they are far more powerful than the ground reality is. So unless there is a match between the ground reality and their ambitions, these political parties will find it very difficult to come together. So my own sense is unless Mr. Pawar or Nitish Kumar are able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, it is not going to happen certainly today. But even in the next few months, you might have the UPA working together, which already exists. But to get new allies like AAP and TMC to get it even into seat adjustment is not going to be easy.
Okay, and what about the BJP? While, of course, they are issuing and tweeting videos mocking this meeting that is happening in Patna, calling it a photo op, a photo session. That's what Amit Shah said in Jammu. Is the BJP still worried that the chiefs of all of these parties are currently sitting in one room?
You know, I think they should be worried. Look, politics, Paulomi, is as much about arithmetic as it is about chemistry. And as we've seen in a state like Maharashtra, when three major parties come together, Shiv Sena, Congress and NCP, they are able to carve out a space for themselves. So I think in states like Maharashtra, in states like Bihar, where RJD, Congress and JDU are together, or even if there were to be a grand alliance of some sort in Bengal, all of these would pose challenges to the BJP in states that they did very well in 2019. So while the BJP will call it a Mahamilawat, will question the fact that who is your leader, will say it's Parivarvad, that they've come together out of the fear of the ED, all of that will happen. But there is an arithmetic factor also that the BJP has to keep in mind. If this group was able to come together and say, look, there are 300 seats or 350 seats we've identified where we are going to do one-on-one fights, it does change the rules of the game. So while the BJP at the moment will remain hopeful that Narendra Modi versus who is a battle that they still have the upper hand in, if these parties can actually come together and do a one-on-one fight in 300 plus seats, it does make the election more interesting.
Absolutely. Also, Rajdeep, the fact, that there are opposition parties who are not exactly in the BJP camp, may be supporting the BJP in certain aspects, but otherwise also, independent in their thinking. They've, of course, stayed out of this meeting. That includes the BRS, that includes the BJD, the YSRCP, the JDS, of course, and the BSP. Very interestingly, not even invited for this meeting. So the question is, all of these opposition parties otherwise that are inside that one room in Patna right now, are they still a formidable force minus these other parties, non-BJP parties, in order to take on the Bharatiya Janata Party and the juggernaut of the BJP?
That's a very good question again, because I think, Paulomi, the fact is, while this is an alliance that seems to be building up against the BJP, it's not a perfect alliance. The fact in large states like Telangana, like in Odisha, the BSP factor that these parties are not on board considerably reduces the sort of geographical space of this alliance. I mean, let's assume the BRS in Telangana as party number one wins the election there. Does it join this alliance? Mayawati, she may not be the force she was 10 years ago, but she still has a certain vote bank. How are you going to get such parties on board? Or will such parties either be neutral like a Naveen Patnaik, or will they be part of some tacit alliance with the BJP? Think about Chandrababu Naidu and look at how politics changes. You might recall 5 years ago it was Chandrababu Naidu who was driving the opposition to come together. Today he's nowhere on the scene and in fact has been holding meetings with Amit Shah. What does that suggest? Every party, Paulomi, looks at short-termism. What am I getting out of it? And that's why I think all these opposition moves will not work unless they come together with a common program, common narrative, not just about seat sharing, but going beyond just anti-Modism.
And what is their deadline to come up with that common minimum program of sorts? Is it the Lok Sabha elections, ahead of the Lok Sabha elections 2024, or they should have something planned out even before the very crucial assembly elections that happen at the end of the year, MP, Rajasthan, Telangana?
Given what we've just seen, the kind of statements that we've seen both from Rahul Gandhi saying Congress will win Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, what Aam Aadmi Party has said about the ordinance before the meeting, I think nothing will happen before the winter elections. I think everyone is buying time. This meeting has given them the option of putting together some good optics. But I think the reality is that until the assembly elections are over and depending on how the Congress does, we will have some idea of what shape this alliance will take place. And that could be January next year, which some would say is a little too late given that elections are likely March, April next year.
That's right. And also speaking of, the BJP video which they tweeted out mocking this opposition meeting that's happening in Patna, it spoke about how so many of them have prime ministerial ambitions as well. Clearly, they will not be able to reconcile, those ambitions, put them aside, and have one person become the leader of this opposition. Do you see that as being a roadblock as well, that there are many inside that room right now who harbor prime ministerial ambitions?
To be fair, I don't think that's such a major issue. I think one of the major issues is what role will Rahul Gandhi play. You see, the BJP, and you might have heard Amit Shah saying that, the next election is Modi versus Rahul Baba. So the BJP wants to make the election once again like they made 2019 presidential style, Modi versus who or Modi versus Rahul. When I speak to other opposition leaders, they say we are not interested in leadership at the moment. It's actually coming together. So I think there are two groups within this opposition, the pragmatists who are saying, look, leadership issues can be sorted out after the election. If we do well, everything will be sorted out. And there are those, particularly within the Congress, who are saying, look, we want the leadership. So I think leadership will become an issue at some stage, but I don't think that's the real problem. The real problem are the state level issues.
Right.
Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury versus Mamta Banerjee. How do you reconcile that?
Right.
Mr. Kejriwal versus Ajay Maken in Delhi. How do you reconcile that? So I think that's going to be the challenge, Paulo.
Right. Rajdeep, stay on with us. My colleague Mosmi Singh is also joining us live from Patna at the moment. Mosmi, have you heard from the Congress any sort of reaction coming in over what the Aam Aadmi Party has said in its official statement, that there seems to be a pact between Rahul Gandhi and the BJP to ensure that the ordinance passes through in Parliament, the Delhi Services Ordinance passes through in Parliament when it is brought forth, whichever session it's brought forth in Parliament. What is the Congress saying on that?
See, Paulami, it's really clear that even before the meeting had started, days before, we had Arvind Kejriwal giving an interview saying that everybody, all the opposition parties would want that the Congress should make its stand clear. And then you had, yesterday, you had a story coming in that the Congress would walk out, the Aam Aadmi Party would walk out if the Congress didn't give a yes or didn't say a no. They should clear their stand. So pressure tactics from the Aam Aadmi Party are really on. And I am given to understand, yesterday I did have a talk with senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. They are very clear on one line, and that's why the statement indicates that line, that if they don't get an answer in this meeting, Arvind Kejriwal is going to walk out. Whether that's just pressure tactics or he really does walk out, we'll have to wait and see. And senior Congress leaders yesterday I spoke to, they felt that the Aam Aadmi Party was putting the Congress at gunpoint. Sanjay Singh is there. He's the leader of the Aam Aadmi Party in Parliament. There are several meetings that Kharge holds, and without fail, Sanjay Singh attends all the opposition meetings. So what is the tearing hurry for the Aam Aadmi Party to demand a yes or a no from the Congress? But we'll have to see how the other leaders who are there, who have already made their position clear, maybe they can get Congress to climb down from that stand, or maybe they can ask the Aam Aadmi Party to go a little easy on the Congress on that stand. And we've seen that, yes, since yesterday, all the opposition leaders, the stakeholders have been harping on the national issue, that this is about the 2024 elections and not about regional issues. So we will have to wait and see that what role Mamta Pawar or Sharad Pawar, Mamta Banerjee or Sharad Pawar have to play while the discussion on the ordinance is on.
Why, Mosmi, is the Congress holding out in fact, extending its support to the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the Delhi Services Ordinance is concerned? Is it because there's pressure from the Delhi and the Punjab units of the Congress Party to not side with Aam Aadmi Party on any issue? Mosmi?
See,
Okay,
Paulami,
we'll try and reconnect with Mosmi. My colleague Rajdeep Sardesai is also live with us. We'll try and get both of them back there, of course, in Patna at the moment. Mosmi, if you're able to hear me. The question is, why
Yes.
was the Congress holding
Yes, I
out,
got your
has been
question,
holding out so far, as far as extending its support to the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, vis-a-vis the Delhi Services Ordinance? Is it because there's pressure from the Congress's Delhi and Punjab units to not side with Aam Aadmi Party on any issue?
Absolutely, Paulami, that is one of the issues, because in Punjab, while the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress says, is loud about the fact that the BJP government is armed twisting opposition leaders by using agencies against them, the Aam Aadmi Party is doing the same in Punjab. So how is the Aam Aadmi Party stand actually on the agencies being misused? Different when they talk about the national politics, and different in Punjab, because many cases have been slapped against Congress leaders in Punjab. So that's one trust deficit that prevails between the Congress and the AAP. And the Congress has now got that message that whether it's Goa or Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact very similar in ideology, in principles, and in fact has the same kind of vote bank that the Congress has. So the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact a substitute, or the Congress is a substitute of the Aam Aadmi Party if you look at their ideologies and the kind of voter reach they have. And that's why the Congress feels that it's a hemorrhage of a relationship if they're aligned with the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, Mosmi, stay on with us. Let's listen into some reactions that have been pouring in ahead of this meeting, which is currently underway in Patna.
यहाँ पे देश के सब ऑपोजिशन की पार्टियां आई हैं, एक साथ मिलकर हम बीजेपी को हराने जा रहे हैं। आपने देखा होगा कर्नाटक में बीजेपी के नेताओं ने बहुत लंबे भाषण किए, हर कोने में घूम लिए, और नतीजा आपको दिख गया कर्नाटक में क्या हुआ।
हास्यास्पद है कि आज कांग्रेस की छत्र छाया में कुछ ऐसे नेता एकत्रित होंगे जिन्होंने आपातकाल के समय में लोकतंत्र की हत्या का नजारा स्वयं देखा। यह हास्यास्पद है कि एकजुट होंगे वो लोग जो राष्ट्र को ये संकेत देना चाहते हैं कि उनकी स्वयं की क्षमता मोदी जी के सामने विफल है। मैं विशेषतः कांग्रेस पार्टी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि उन्होंने सार्वजनिक तौर पर यह घोषित कर दिया कि कांग्रेस नरेंद्र मोदी को हराने में अकेले नाकाम है, उन्हें सहारे की जरूरत है।
बैठक बुलाने से कोई विपक्षी एकता नहीं होती है, एकता कोई बैठकों में नहीं होती है, 1:1 बातचीत करने से होती है। अगर नीतीश कुमार जाते बंगाल, बैठाते ममता बनर्जी कांग्रेस और सीपीएम को और कहते कि पंचायत का चुनाव मिलकर लड़ना और मिलकर लड़ो और लड़ने के तैयार होते, तब ना कोई एकता होती। या उत्तर प्रदेश जाते और अखिलेश यादव को कहते कि कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर चुनाव लड़ना है, लेकिन यहाँ तो ममता बनर्जी कह रही है कि कांग्रेस बंगाल छोड़ो, अखिलेश यादव कह रहे हैं यूपी में कि कांग्रेस यूपी छोड़ो, अरविंद केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि पंजाब और दिल्ली में कांग्रेस छोड़ो। तो हर राज्य जो क्षेत्रीय दल है वो तो कांग्रेस को पसंद ही नहीं कर रहा, वो तो चाहता है कि कांग्रेस उनके राज्य में चुनाव न लड़े। यानी विपक्षी एकता की परिभाषा क्या है?
The agenda is not anti anybody. The agenda is pro India. The agenda is pro people. The agenda is pro constitution. The agenda is pro not making a gas cylinder 1200 rupees and keeping it to 500 rupees. The agenda is to give jobs to young people. The agenda is you can't be fiddling around with federalism and interfering. There's so much on the agenda, but I don't want to say anything more than this.
हम तो सब मिलके बीजेपी के खिलाफ लड़ना चाहते हैं और एक होकर इस बीजेपी सरकार को निकालने का हमारा सभी एक एजेंडा है। उसके तहत सभी लोग मिलके वो काम करने का है। तो वहाँ जाने के बाद सबकी राय एक अच्छी राय बनेगी और उसके बारे में हम पहले से ही कोशिश कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी ये तो शुरू किए थे, सबको मिलकर पहले तैयारी किए थे और वो उसी का एक पार्ट है कि ये पटना में फिर से एक बार हम सभी लोग मिल रहे हैं।
ये काफी लोग कौन हैं जो परिवारनिष्ठ पार्टियों के मुखिया हैं और उनकी राजनीति परिवारनिष्ठ है। परिवार स्वार्थ परमो धर्मा। दूसरे कौन लोग जुटे हुए हैं जो भ्रष्टाचार में या तो जेल जा चुके हैं, कोर्ट से कन्विक्ट हो गए हैं या कन्विक्शन होने के प्रोसेस में हैं, केस चल रहे हैं। तो ऐसे लोग आकर के एक ईमानदार प्रभावी नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकल्प की तलाश करने आए हैं। तो इनका कोई विकल्प नहीं है।
साधारणतः देशासमोरच्या महत्त्वाच्या प्रश्नांची चर्चा करणार एक, त्याच्यानंतर देशाच्या काही राज्यामध्ये दसवणारी हो किंवा काय, आणि या नात्यानिमित्तानं एक प्रकारचे रस्त्यावर उतरणं आणि कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्थेची परिस्थिती निर्माण करणं हे जे कृत्य होतं आहे त्याला विशेषतः जिथं नॉन बीजेपी राज्य आहेत त्या राज्यात हे जास्त होतं आहे। त्यामुळे याच्या मागं कोण आहे हे स्पष्ट होतं आहे। हे देशाच्या दृष्टीने योग्य नाही। या सगळ्या गोष्टीच्या बाबतीत एकत्रित विचार करून पुढची लाईन ठरवावी एवढाच त्याचा विषय। बाकी काय जे अन्य राज्यातले लोक काही मुद्दे उपस्थित करण्याची शक्यता नाकारता येत नाही, पण ते मी आज सांगू शकत नाही।
सभी जो प्रमुख दल है, मैं विपक्षी दल नहीं कहूँगा, जो इस देश के संविधान को और लोकतंत्र को बचाना चाहते हैं और वो चाहते हैं कि लोकतंत्र यहाँ इस देश में रहे। एक डर है कि 2024 के आखिरी चुनाव होगी, उसके बाद इस देश में चुनाव नहीं होगा, उसके ऊपर ज़रूर हम बात करेंगे। और 1-to-1 कैंडिडेट राहुल गांधी जी भी आ रहे हैं तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो चर्चा होगी और मंथन होगा, चिंतन होगा, सब कुछ होगा।
पटना में एक फोटो सेशन चल रहा है। सारे विपक्ष के नेता एक मंच पर इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं और संदेश देना चाहते हैं कि हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, एनडीए को और मोदी जी को चैलेंज करेंगे। मैं सारे विपक्ष के नेताओं को एक कहना चाहता हूं, कितने भी हाथ मिला दो, आपकी एकता कभी संभव नहीं है, और हो भी गई तो कितने भी इकट्ठा होकर जनता के सामने आ जाइए। 2024 में 300 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी का प्रधानमंत्री बनना तय।
All of Rahul Gandhi's international visits are shrouded in mystery. We do not know where he goes. We do not know who he meets. Those people who he meets are all of questionable integrity. Whereas the Prime Minister has gone outside of India. Each time he has gone outside of India, the Prime Minister has brought great respect for the nation, and he has made sure that the country tremendously benefits.
समूचा विपक्ष कान खोल करके सुन ले, तुम्हारी आलोचना काग के श्राप की तरह है। आप जितनी आलोचना करोगे उतना ही जैसे हीरे को तराशा जाता है और वो निखरता है, उसी प्रकार से 2024 के चुनाव में पुनः एक बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी इस देश के पुनः प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे।
एक तरफ विपक्षी एकजुटता की बैठक आज पटना में होनी है, दूसरी तरफ लगातार नए नए पोस्टर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। इस वक्त आपको बीजेपी कार्यालय के सामने लगा एक पोस्टर दिखा रहे हैं जिसमें राहुल गांधी की तस्वीर है, साथ ही साथ शाहरुख खान जो बॉलीवुड स्टार है उनकी तस्वीर का भी इस्तेमाल किया गया है। और शाहरुख खान जिस अंदाज में बैठे हैं, ये उनकी मूवी थी देवदास, जिसके डायलॉग लिखे गए हैं, जिसमें शाहरुख खान कहते हैं कि परिवार ने कहा पारो छोड़ दो, पारो ने कहा शराब छोड़ दो, आज तुमने कहा शहर छोड़ दो। और उसी तर्ज पे राहुल गांधी की तस्वीर नीचे नजर आती है, जहां लिखा है ममता दीदी ने कहा बंगाल छोड़ दो, केजरीवाल ने कहा दिल्ली और पंजाब छोड़ दो, लालू नीतीश ने कहा बिहार छोड़ दो और अखिलेश ने कहा उत्तर प्रदेश छोड़ दो। स्टालिन का भी जिक्र है और साथ ही साथ ये कह रहे हैं राहुल गांधी कि अब तो तमिलनाडु छेड़ने की भी बात कही जा रही है। मतलब ये कि कांग्रेस का हाल जो इस विपक्षी एकजुटता वाली बैठक में है, उसे लेकर पोस्टर के सहारे तंज कसा गया है।
All right. Like our correspondent rightly said, the Congress is facing off with many of the very opposition party leaders who are currently present in this opposition unity meet today. How they really going to come on the same page? What are the issues that they're going to resonate with unanimously? I'm going to cut across to Maushmi Singh joining us for more on that. Maushmi, tell us, as the opposition party begins, it's been nearly half an hour that they've already begun their very closed-door meeting without details being revealed. Could you be able to tell us exactly what's on the agenda today? Are there issues? Are there actual issues that they're going to take up to see if they are going to be united in few of those matters, if not all?
Prem? You can hear, Nabila, clearly that there are inherent contradictions as far as interests of regional parties clashing with the Congress is concerned. If you look at Uttar Pradesh, there was a freeze of relationships between Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi because somewhere the Samajwadi Party felt that there was a big brother attitude of the Congress and always demanded more seats, whereas the vote transfer didn't happen, and the alliance of UP Ki Ladki also didn't succeed. It fell flat. So on the other hand, if you look at Arvind Kejriwal in Punjab and in Delhi, these are the two states that the Aam Aadmi Party has great ambitions in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. But in 2019, the Congress bagged more vote percentage, share of vote percentage than the Aam Aadmi Party. Almost 22% vote share the Congress got, so, and that was more than the Aam Aadmi Party. So the Congress is saying that we do have a claim in Delhi in the Lok Sabha, and no way we are the chief opposition party in Punjab, no way we are going to give the leeway to the Aam Aadmi Party or give a clean waiver to the Aam Aadmi Party to fight it out alone in Punjab. So that formula needs to be derived where there is actually a proper seat sharing formula, perhaps 15 seats in UP, 6 seats in West Bengal, 4:7 seats in Delhi. That's the ratio that's being discussed and deliberated, but these are all back channel talks. Right now,
today is just the warm-up session.
That we've come together, let's put up a good show.
Absolutely. Today, the warm-up session, seat sharing possibly would happen, the discussions of which would happen in consecutive meetings to come forward. But today is almost a photo op. Like the BJP rightly said, Amit Shah says this is merely photo op. There's hardly any unity among any of these leaders. But it's now the onus on this very opposition united front, as they call themselves, to prove the BJP wrong, if at all. But can they manage to? Most of these opposition parties are facing off each other in their respective states. So all-important meeting currently underway, with Maushmi joining us for that very live coverage. Slipping into a short break, we'll be right back with more on that.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices. my early educational days. I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties travelling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horn.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome to the special broadcast from outside the White House, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Bidens took Indo-U.S. bilateral ties to a tantalizing new height with intimacy, bonhomie and hard-nosed business deals. The state banquet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi was a power show of the biggest democracy and the largest democracy. After a hectic day of deals, dosti and diplomacy, the Bidens hosted Prime Minister Modi to a state banquet here at the White House, where the who's who of town were present, from the bigwigs here in the United States of America to the Indian American community and top honchos from India. The First Lady herself overlooked the nuanced detailing of the gala dinner, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden raised a toast to the Indo-U.S. friendship and everlasting bond between the two countries.
जैसे जैसे समय गुजर रहा है, हमारे लोगों में और एक दूसरे के प्रति समझ और बढ़ रही है, एक दूसरे के नामों का सही उच्चारण कर पाते हैं, एक दूसरे के एक्सेंट को समझ पाते हैं। भारत में बच्चे हैलोवीन पर स्पाइडरमैन बनते हैं और अमेरिका के युवा नाटू नाटू पर डांस करते हैं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, जब आपने 2014 में मेरे लिए बैंक्वेट रखा था, उस दौरान संयोग से मैं नवरात्रि के 9 दिन के मेरे फास्ट चल रहे थे। मुझे याद है आप बार बार मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि मैं व्रत के दौरान क्या कुछ भी नहीं खाऊंगा, लेकिन मेरे लिए कुछ भी खाना संभव नहीं था। मैं कुछ खा नहीं रहा था और जिसकी वजह से आप बहुत ही कंसर्न भी थे। उस समय मुझे प्रेम से कुछ खिलाने की आपकी जो इच्छा थी, मुझे लगता है आज वो पूरी हो रही है। हॉस्पिटल हो या होटल्स, यूनिवर्सिटी हो या रिसर्च लैब, गैस स्टेशन हो या लॉजिस्टिक्स, मैनेजमेंट हो या आईटी, हर क्षेत्र में वे अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं।
We have never seen this kind of reception of any prime minister or a president of any country in the world. Like, we see the flags of India and America all over the streets of Washington DC. The support and the ovation they got this morning at the White House was exceptionally well. I mean, it was...
And you're all headed to the state dinner as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. I really liked the speech. I thought it was very empowering. It's the first time I attended something, and it was really nice to hear about the India-America friendship, which is growing and strengthening. And it's really important for youth to understand this, because we are the rising face of the nation, and us taking that to our community and making sure that we are involved in these opinions and these connections is very critical, so that we could shape the community that we live in.
A very strong message of sustainability, protecting the environment, the rule of law. I think this is a very extraordinary moment for the U.S.-India relationship. It was very electric. I mean, just to be inside that room with all the members of Congress, Prime Minister himself, his team, and the members of the Indian diaspora, and also members of staff and various sort of U.S. citizens. I mean, it was just fantastic.
In his landmark address at the U.S. Congress, Modi captivated the audience and enthralled them with what he said. Sold the India story to them amid chants of Modi, Modi, standing ovations, and then later lawmakers queuing up for photographs, autographs and selfies.
More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
I think more than anything, you talk about the future and the future alliance between the United States and India, how great that's going to be. And it was a very moving speech. It was great to have all the American Indians in the gallery who were so passionate about this man. You get the sense that he is very almost like godlike in his own country, and it was very moving. The whole experience.
The message from the Prime Minister is very positive and very exciting to see the relationship between the United States and India, the world's largest democracy, the world's oldest democracy. Working together, we benefit.
Let's not forget, this visit is all about big bang deals, from space to semiconductors to fighter jets. Prime Minister Modi meant business the moment he landed in Washington, D.C.
The highest trappings of American friendship on full display. America extends its most elevated protocols for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But India means business, no mere optics. The Prime Minister gets down to work with the United States. A huge boost to India's air power. An emphatic statement of a deeper military cooperation. The Indian Air Force will get GE jet engines. The US manufacturer has announced plans to jointly produce F414 engines with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics in India. GE Aerospace is a leading provider of jet engines, components and systems for commercial and military aircraft. The company described the deal as a major milestone amidst Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, a key element in military ties between the two countries. India's purchase of 31 armed MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones made by General Atomics worth $3 billion. Removal of US obstacles in the way of bilateral trade in defense and high technology also on the cards.
It's a milestone in our relationship between the two countries. You heard Honorable External Affairs Minister say yesterday, it's a very significant visit, very important visit. Bilateral defense cooperation, it has been a critical pillar of our engagement.
A cosmic alliance. India and the United States set to embark on an interstellar journey.
Seconds into the flight.
NASA and ISRO have agreed to carry out a joint mission to the International Space Station next year. And India has decided to join the US-led Artemis Accords, an international cooperative agreement for space exploration. PM Modi's visit has been able to secure a commitment from US-based semiconductor producer Micron Technology to break ground on a $2.75 billion a new assembly and test facility in India. Semiconductors are primary elements for the majority of electronic systems, serving communications, signal processing, computing, and control applications. A visit that showcases a determined focus on tangible outcomes and collaborations. Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi shut down all those democracy naysayers who've been questioning India's rights credentials. To a direct question by a journalist, he responded saying that democracy is thriving in India, and those who question equality and are questioning human rights in India should look at the fact that India does not discriminate, that the Constitution talks about equality and the Indian administration follows through.
Democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the U.S. is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future.
Indians and Americans are both peoples who innovate and create, turn obstacles into opportunities, who find strength in community and family, and who cherish freedom and celebrate the democratic values of universal human rights, which face challenges around the world and in each of our countries, but which remain so vital to the success of each of our nations. Press freedom, religious freedom, tolerance, diversity. India now has the most populous country, is now the most populous country in the world. It's a democracy. We understand that it is the brilliance and the backbone of our people, as diverse and talents and traditions that make us strong as a nation. It's democracies that do that.
This was a rare moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ahead of the bilateral talks with President Biden, got a rousing welcome by 70,000 Indian Americans at the White House. They swarmed the south lawns of the White House to give Prime Minister Modi a very warm swagat.
Marching bands, honor guards, gun salutes. The welcome could have been warmer in rainy weather. The who's who's of the Biden administration on the south lawn of the White House, rolling out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit to the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
The world's most powerful address in Washington, D.C., packed with a 7,000-strong crowd of diasporic Indians to witness America's most elevated reception of the Indian Prime Minister.
We are so excited and so happy and so proud of our Prime Minister and our country. And all I can say is Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He's such a great leader. He can be role model for the rest of the leaders of the world.
The invaluable role of the Indian American community also received a rare acknowledgement.
I see an Indian American diaspora that reflects every part of American life and remains the bridge between our nations.
In his every word, the host painted a vibrant tapestry of unshakable confidence in the bonds between India and the United States.
The shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. The decisions we make today are going to determine our future for decades to come.
Prime Minister Biden's welcome speech for Prime Minister Modi set the stage for discussions ahead.
And the shared responsibility is
delving into crucial geopolitical matters, fostering Indo-Pacific collaboration, and reaffirming the shared democratic values of India and the United States.
In this century, require that India and the United States work and lead together. Core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanked the hosts. He described his state honor as a resounding testament to the collective significance of all Indians.
आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है.
Prime Minister Modi appreciated the honor the White House bestowed upon Indian Americans.
इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं. भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं. आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है.
In his address, the Prime Minister conveyed a deep sense of pride in India's diversity.
साधारण नागरिक के रूप में हम सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं.
Shared vision, aspirations, goodwill and collaboration. The two global powerhouses forging a path towards a future brimming with promise and possibility. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's been a historic visit as far as Prime Minister Modi's tour of the United States is concerned, and there have been several deals and agreements that have been struck during this time. Let's take you through some of those. Most critically, of course, F414 jet engines that are to be made in India as well. That is going to be the biggest talking point. Armed Predator drones for India. That is, of course, something which is extremely important. Indian astronaut in the International Space Station. A huge leap for Indian space exploration. That is, of course, also one of the talking points as far as India and US is concerned. And as far as India and US are concerned, a joint moon and Mars exploration as well is on the cards as far as these two countries are concerned. Also, very significantly, when it comes to business, Micron Tech's $2.75 billion chip plant in Gujarat. That is an investment, a commitment which has been made by Micron Tech, a new Indian mission at Seattle, and also in India, 2 new US consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. So that is, of course, hopefully going to speeden up the processing of visa applications for the US as far as India is concerned. And also, very significantly, in the US, H-1B visa renewal without leaving for India. So if you want to renew your visa, those norms have been relaxed. You don't have to travel out. You can do so in the US itself.
That's all in this show. Thank you for watching this special broadcast from outside the White House.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees.
Really changing for this sector as a whole?
No, I think that's quite true, right? These stocks corrected in 2021 because of the valuation worries, right? We were entering a bear market, a volatile time, and these stocks corrected because they were highly valued. But what has happened right now is that all these stocks have started delivering in terms of revenue growth, in terms of improving their margins, and the path to profitability remains visible in the near term, in the next few years, right? So I think this is an extremely exciting theme, right? If these stocks can turn around their valuations, right, so they become favorites of brokerage houses that they're already becoming. So I think it's a very exciting theme, and I would be quite positive about it. This sector, especially because the FIIs are also coming in and buying, and mutual funds are supporting it, and there seems to be a very, very positive, secular story about this.
So Sonam, which will be your top picks from this basket from the new age space?
So I think there are quite a few exciting stocks. Obviously, Paytm is doing extremely well, and Zomato is a favorite among, I think, a lot of fund houses. Obviously, we also received a news that SoftBank is selling shares in Paytm and Zomato around, right, in the open market. So that might bring on some correction for these stocks, but I think, in the near to long term, there's a lot of potential for these stocks.
So do you think Zomato at 74, if somebody buys right now, can actually aim for a target of 100 rupees or so?
I think that is achievable, but that would totally depend on the earnings coming out of Zomato in the next quarter.
Sure.
Right?
Sure, absolutely. Even for Paytm, we've seen a surge of about 90% from its all-time low levels as well. How much more potential would this stock have? Can it really reach the IPO levels and then beyond it as well?
I think definitely, and again, like similar to Zomato, the numbers would govern its future, right? Like everybody on the street is just watching for the profitability numbers. And I think they are delivering on it. And if they can do that, then we can see, massive growth from here.
पहलवानी में चोट लगना श्रृंगार है, तो वो श्रृंगार तो सभी को पहनना पड़ता है। जैसे उठाया गया था तो वो बहुत देखने में भी बहुत गंदा लग रहा था।
कहते हैं वो गलत तरीके से छूते हैं, उनकी निगाह गलत होती है।
अगर ऐसा होता तो कुछ तो फील हुआ होता हम लोगों को, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा।
पता नहीं क्या बेइज्जती होगी कि तीसरे माँ बाप के भय।
नेताजी को वो लोग तो थोड़े बनाए हैं, नेताजी को जनता चुन के भेजी है।
ब्रजभूषण का काम पॉलिटिक्स का ही है, वो खिलाड़ी तो है नहीं।
Distinguished members of the U.S. Congress, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards, I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have made the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I'm grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I am delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embrace people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture says, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity. Not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment. Not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes from dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of this. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, the world wants to know more and more about India. I see that. Curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the U.S. Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I am happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the U.S. as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. And India will be the 3rd largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, we are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. $500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead the journey of progress. A woman has risen from a humble tribal background to be our head of states. Nearly 1.5 million elected women lead us at various levels. And that is of local governments. Today, women serve our country in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. India also has the highest percentage of women airline pilots in the world. And they have also put us on Mars by leading our Mars mission. I believe that investigating in a girl child lifts up the entire family. Empowering women transforms the nation. Mr. Speaker, India is an ancient nation with a youthful population. India is known for its traditions, but the younger generation is also making a hub of technology, be it creative reels on Insta or real-time payments. Coding or quantum computing, machine learning or mobile apps, fintech or data science, the youth of India are a great example of how a society can embrace latest technology. In India, technology is not about innovation, but also about inclusion. Today, digital performance are empowering the rights and dignity of people while protecting privacy. In the last 9 years, over 1 billion people got a unique digital biometric identity connected with their bank accounts and mobile phones. This digital public infrastructure helps us reach citizens within seconds with financial assistance. 850 million people receive direct benefit financial transfers into their accounts. 3 times a year, over 100 million farmers receive assistance in their bank accounts at the click of a button. The value of such transfer has crossed $320 billion. And we have saved over $25 billion in the process. If you visit India, you will see everyone is using phones for payments, including street vendors. Last year, out of every 100 real-time digital payments in the world, 46 happened in India. Nearly 400,000 miles of optical fiber cables and cheap data have ushered in a revolution of opportunities. Farmers check weather updates. The elderly get social security payments. Students access scholarships. Doctors deliver telemedicine. Fishermen check fishing grounds, and small businesses get loans with just a tap on their phones. Mr. Speaker, a spirit of democracy, inclusion, and sustainability defines us. It also shapes our outlook to the world. India grows while being responsible about our planet. We believe, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviya. This means the earth is our mother and we are her children. Indian culture deeply respects the environment and our planet. While becoming the fastest growing economy, we grew our solar capacity by 2,300%. Yes, you have heard right. 2,300%. We became the only G20 country to meet its Paris commitment. We made renewables account for over 40% of our energy sources, 9 years ahead of the target of 2030. But we did not stop there. At the Glasgow summit, I proposed Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. This is a way to make sustainability a true people's movement. To live it, to be the job of governments alone. By being mindful in making choices, every individual can make a positive impact. Making sustainability a mass movement, we help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress. Our vision is pro-planet prosperity. Our vision is pro-planet people. Mr. Speaker, we live by the motto of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Our engagement with the world is for everyone's benefit. The one sun, one world, one grid seek to join us. All is connecting the world with clean energy. One Earth, One Health is a vision for global action to bring quality health care to everyone, including animals and plants. The same spirit is also seen in the theme when we chair the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We advance the spirit of unity through yoga as well. Just yesterday, the whole world came together to celebrate the International Day of Yoga. Just last week, all nations joined our proposal at the UN to build a memorial wall to honor the peacekeepers. And this year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millets to promote sustainable agriculture and nutrition alike. During COVID, we delivered vaccines and medicines to over 150 countries. We reach out to others, being disasters as first responders, as we do for our own. We share our modest resources with those who need them the most. We build capabilities, not dependencies. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about India's approach to the world, the United States occupy a special place. I know. Our relations are of great importance to all of you. Every member of this Congress has a deep interest in it. When defense and aerospace in India grow, industries in the state of Washington, Arizona, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania thrive. When American companies grow, their research and development centers in India thrive. When Indians fly more, a single order for aircrafts creates more than 1 million jobs in 44 states in America. When an American phone makers invest in India, It creates an entire ecosystem of jobs and opportunities in both countries. When India and US work together on semiconductors and critical minerals, it helps the world in making supply chains more diverse, resilient, and reliable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were strangers in defense cooperation at the turn of the century. Now, the United States has become one of our most important defense partners. Today, India and the US are working together in space and in the seas, in science and in semiconductors, in startups and sustainability, in tech and in trade, in farming and finance, in art and artificial intelligence, in energy and education, in healthcare and humanitarian efforts. I can go on and go on, but to sum up it, I would say the scope of our cooperation is endless. The potential of our synergies is limitless, and the chemistry in our relations is effortless. In all this, Indian Americans have played a big role. They are brilliant in every field, not just in spelling bee. With their hearts and minds, talent and skills, and a love for America and India, they have connected us. They have unlocked doors. They have shown the potential of our partnership. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, every Indian Prime Minister and American President of the past has taken our relationship further. But our generation has to honor of taking it a greater heights. I agree with President Biden that this is a defining partnership of this country, because it serves a larger purpose. Democracy, demography, and destiny give us the purpose. One consequence of globalization has been to cover over concentration of supply chains. We will work together to diversify, decentralize, and democratize supply chains. Technology will determine the security, prosperity, and leadership in the 21st century. That is why our two countries established a new initiative for critical and emerging technologies. Our knowledge partnership will serve humanity and seek solutions to the global challenges of climate change, hunger, and health. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the last few years have seen deeply disruptive developments. With the Ukraine conflict, war has returned to Europe. It is causing great pain in the region. Since it involves major powers, the outcomes are severe. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter, peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. As I have said directly and publicly, this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Connected by secure seas, defined by international law, free from domination, and anchored in ASEAN centrality. A region where all nations, small and large, are free and fearless in their choices, where progress is not suffocated by an impossible burdens of debt. Where connectivity is not leveraged for strategic purposes, where all nations are lifted by the high tide of shared prosperity. Our vision does not seek to contain or exclude, but to build a cooperative region of peace and prosperity. We work through regional institutions and with our partners from within the region and beyond. Of this, Quad has emerged as a major force of good for the region. Mr. Speaker, more than 2 decades after 9/11, and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19's biggest impact was the human loss and suffering it caused. I wish to remember Congressman Ron Wright and the staff members who lost their lives to COVID. As we emerge out of the pandemic, we must give shape to a new world order. Consideration, care, and concern are the need of the hour. Giving a voice to the global south is the way forward. That is why I firmly believe that the African Union be given full membership of G20. When the world has changed, our institutions too must change, or risk getting replaced by a world of rivalries without rules. In working for a new world order based on international law, our two countries will be at the forefront as partners. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, today we stand at a new dawn in our relationship that will not only shape the destiny of our two nations, but also that of the world. As the young American poet Amanda Gorman has expressed, when day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light if only we are brave enough to see it. Our trusted partnership is like the sun in this new dawn that will spread light all around. I am reminded of a poem that I once wrote. आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है। अभी तो सूरज उगा है। दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर, दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर, हर मुश्किल को पार कर, घोर अंधेरे को मिटाते, घोर अंधेरे को मिटाने अभी तो सूरज उगा है। If I were to say it in English, it would be rising its head in the skies, piercing through the dense clouds with the promise of light. The sun had just risen, armed with a deep resolve, overcoming all the odds to dispel the forces of darkness. The sun had just risen. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, we come from different circumstances and history, but we are united by a common vision and by a common destiny. When our partnership progresses, economic resilience increases, innovation grows, science flourishes, knowledge advances, humanity benefits, our seas and skies are safer, democracy will shine brighter, and the world will be a better place. That is the mission of our partnership. That is our calling for this century. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, even by the high standards of our partnership, this visit is one of the great positive transformation. Together, we shall demonstrate that democracy is better and democracy deliver. I count on your continued support to the India-U.S. partnership. When I was here in 2016, I said that our relationship is primed for a momentous future. That future is today. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and the distinguished members of this honor. God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-U.S. friendship. Thank you.
some experts are now saying that we are in a bull market. And markets have been doing well, and especially in the month of April and May. So how to really make money in this type of market?
Actually, you have raised a very important question. This is the billion-dollar question. That whether it's a bull market or bear market, tell me how to make money. Because ultimately, we all are here to make money, right? So, in a bull market, the structure of making money is far more easier than in a bear market. In a bear market, a trader makes money because a trader knows how to short the market, how to sell the market and buy at a lower level. For that, a trader uses derivatives, futures and options to build a short position in the market. But in a bull market, all you need is cash. Because when you go into the market and buy shares in cash segment, you need to give them money, right? And all of us have money. All of us may not have shares to sell, but all of us have money. So currently the structure of Indian market, or for that matter now global equity market, has gone into the bull market because it is a function of the interest rates. Because interest rates have kind of plateaued now and it is expected that it will go down in coming 1 to 2 years, market is very dynamic. So market is saying that because interest rates will go down, I want to go up. So that's why there's a bull market. So everything is so related, the business cycle, the interest rate cycle and the market expectation, everything is so related. So bull market is there. My simple benchmark of bull market is whenever Nifty trades above 200-day moving average, okay? That means the market is positive, okay? So the 200-day moving average is around, say, 17,000 odd. Now the market is around 18,200. So it's a bull market. Now, how do you make money? So, if you are a trader, you want to buy first and then sell. You don't want to sell first, okay? If you are an investor, you keep on building your portfolio by regular SIP. The only savior for retail investor is SIP. One should not think of, I have 50 lakh, now I want to put into the market. No, pace it up. Stagger the whole investment journey, then you will create wealth out of it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
Well, this was one of the big moments of yesterday where a journalist from Wall Street Journal asked the Prime Minister on how he planned to safeguard minorities in India. Prime Minister answered saying no question of discrimination on caste, creed or religion. Listen in.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर, और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं।
Good afternoon, I'm Smriti Chowdhury. That what you just heard was the Prime Minister's response to a journalist's question from Wall Street Journal in Washington, D.C. at the White House yesterday. We're going to get you more through the course, but our top focus between 3 to 5 p.m. today is the mega opposition meet which is taking place in Patna. What really will come of it? The fault lines where the opposition stands, will they go deeper or will there be a tacit understanding of sorts? All of that coming up over the course of the next 2 hours. These are the headlines. Mega opposition meet in Patna concludes. 15 political parties attend key meeting. Amit Shah calls opposition meet a photo opportunity. Rahul Gandhi says BJP spreading hate. Aam Aadmi Party tears into Congress in midst of opposition meets as BJP Rahul's secret pact on ordinance slams Congress delay on ordinance support. Prime Minister Modi shuts down dying democracy debate in his joint address, says democracy runs in our veins, no question of discrimination on caste, creed or religion.
हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर, और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती।
Prime Minister Modi receives applause and 15 standing ovations during his address at the U.S. Congress. Prime Minister Modi attends the all-important state dinner with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. Dr. Jill Biden raises a toast to India-U.S. friendship. All right, the mega opposition meet with 27 opposition leaders coming in from a lot in terms of political parties. The inside scoop on that just coming through. On the mega opposition meet in Patna, what we are given to understand, Mamata Banerjee has objected to Congress's attitude in Bengal. Mamta said BJP will benefit if there is opposition disunity. Sources also suggest that Kejriwal has sought the support of all parties in the opposition meet, and most parties, what we're given to understand, are trying to urge the Congress to support the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes down to the ordinance. On the issue, Uddhav and others have urged the Congress to back ordinance. What we're also given to understand is that Umar Abdullah from the NC has said Kejriwal's stand on Article 370 was unclear, basically supporting the Congress's stand that Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party cannot have it both ways. If they want support on the ordinance in Delhi, they should have supported the NC when it came down to Article 370 in the Valley. Opposition unity far from reality is a question that we would, of course, be tabling over the course of the next 2 hours and through the course of the evening. Lots going on. There's a lunch right now. Has the meeting gotten over? What are the biggest takeaways? What we're given to understand, I want to quickly bring in Maushmi Singh and our National Affairs editor Rahul Srivastav as well into this conversation. Maushmi, is the meeting over? Little bit of news that's filtering in right now. It seemed also, Maushmi, that the Aam Aadmi Party, the TMC and even the Samajwadi Party actually worked together in a pack. What are you getting in right now on the latest news break?
See, the parties that you listed, named Preeti, they were not in tandem with the Congress in the parliament as well, and they always drew a separate line as far as aligning on certain issues with the Congress is concerned. So TMC, Aam Aadmi Party and Samajwadi Party. But interestingly, as you said, the underlining factor was, as Uddhav Thackeray reiterated, and even Mallikarjun Kharge and Nitish Kumar said, that it is now or never. If you want democracy to survive, if you want that the constitution should be saved, we need to fight the BJP, we need to fight Prime Minister Narendra Modi together, and therefore keep your differences aside and move forward together. Importantly, Rahul Gandhi in the meeting, Nitish had started the entire meeting, of course, because he's the host. Rahul Gandhi also pointed out to the fact that our hearts should be clear. It should not be a plastic alliance. It should be what you've said in the meeting should prevail outside also. There should be no dual speak. So Rahul Gandhi highlighting on that, and we will have to wait and see. I'm just stationed outside the CM's residence, Preeti, where we'll be going in for a press conference that will be
over. Is the lunch on?
We will see the several leaders. Yes, Preeti, it's really hot. Soaring temperatures, and it's been quite an intense meeting. So the lunch is on, and post-lunch we will see the press conference unfold, where you will see the regional satraps along with Congress Party and the top leaders in the national arena, in the opposition, coming together on one platform, perhaps to speak in one voice.
Well, perhaps, and that needs to be underlined and taken with a fair amount or a fistful of salt, Rahul Srivastav.
Priti, I think currently they have emerged with what can be called a consensus on why should they all come together. I think that's very visible. A beginning has been made in form of a very visible kind of a meeting for unity effort. But now the small trifling detail needs to be worked out, that how this consensus on why they should be uniting, a consensus on how to unite needs to be worked out. That's a small trifling detail. I think it will present its own set of problems. Now, if you see what has happened in this meeting, Nitish Kumar, who seems to be trying to play that role Jayaprakash Narayan at one time played, bringing together varied opposition parties, has a lot at stake, because not only he can emerge as a prime ministerial candidate, but his future alliance with the RJD, where he needs to hand over the reins to RJD leader like Tejasvi very soon, that pressure is there. So his unity efforts have a very strong reason. Rahul Gandhi positioning himself, I think if you see the opposition narrative over the last some months, if it has sounded very strong, it is because of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra and the Congress's win in Karnataka. So the Rahul Gandhi has very definitive reasons to say that be on the same page, inside and outside meeting rooms. Tough ask, but that's a very strong statement. Mamata Banerjee has said, drop party level aspirations, unite. But then there are problems that Mamata Banerjee feels that everybody should make sacrifices everywhere in the country, barring Bengal. Then you have Aam Aadmi Party, which has its own reasons, where Uddhav Thackeray and others are trying to push Congress to say that why don't you back Arvind Kejriwal on the ordinance, the Delhi ordinance issue? But will Uddhav Thackeray make a similar compromise on the Savarkar issue with the Congress party? So there are a lot of pitfalls ahead of this opposition unity attempt. And suddenly nobody seems to be talking about the most intelligent thing to do for a unified opposition is to have common candidates. That doesn't even seem to be on the discussion table. I think a lot of work needs to be done from here on by the opposition. You may be sounding united, but you need to be showing united. Otherwise, if there are daily setbacks to the unity attempt, which will be there, like the ordinance definitely, then Arvind Kejriwal doing what he did in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and other states. If that happens, then again there will be problems. I think it's a very, very long road ahead and many potholes in it. I think the opposition will have to do something very, very drastic to actually get together.
You know, stay on with us, Rahul. I want to cut across back to Maushmi Singh, who's reporting anytime now. We're expecting a press conference at about 2:30 p.m., where at least the basic contours of this opposition unity, will be presented to the press. But Maushmi, one would reckon, and I just want to cut into the latest news break that's going on right now. On the Aam Aadmi Party versus Congress, Sharad Pawar has intervened to give reference of NCP and Uddhav Thackeray and said, we were criticizing each other in the past 25 years, but we set every differences aside. We kept it aside and now we are working together. Uddhav Thackeray also said in the same line, time has come to keep differences aside and come together. It does seem that there is an intervention of sorts which has taken place in this opposition meeting where the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is concerned. Because if we've seen, Maushmi, through the course of the day, in terms of the posturing, early this morning we had Aam Aadmi Party who came out and said that they don't trust the Congress. They feel Rahul Gandhi is together where the BJP is concerned. Now, this posturing seems to be coming from an understanding because the Aam Aadmi Party fears that the Congress will stage a walkout when the ordinance is tabled in the Rajya Sabha. And what has gone down is, in the meeting, Maushmi, and throw some light on that, parties like the NCP, parties like Uddhav Thackeray's outfit have all come together and trying to intervene, make an intervention and try and bring Congress and Aam Aadmi Party on the same page. The similar kind of intervention might also be needed where Mamata and the Congress is concerned.
Very true, and that's where the role of the likes of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, MK Stalin really come around, because I was saying it earlier as well that there needs to be a mediation between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. There's a lot of blood lost between them. The Congress feels that the Aam Aadmi Party has stolen its vote share, and compromise in Punjab and Delhi is quite difficult. So, and the state units are dead against the Aam Aadmi Party for the Congress, and even the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal has been very critical of Rahul Gandhi, calling him unfit to be a PM in 2013, and then even till 2022, it was Arvind Kejriwal who said that I don't need to weaken the Congress party, isn't Rahul Gandhi enough? So that was in the Gujarat elections, very close on the heels of this entire opposition meet this year. So Preeti, there has to be a salvaging of this entire breakup of sorts between the Aam Aadmi Party, because Rahul Gandhi had heaped praises on the Aam Aadmi Party way back into 2013. So, so Sharad Pawar, it's just natural, the bandwidth, the political bandwidth that Pawar has, and he's been one of the key, key catalysts in this entire opposition gala. So I think that they have managed, in fact, if the press conference is on, there'll be a joint statement. They've managed the optics. Now the road ahead, as Rahul Srivastava said, is fraught with danger. If they can keep their egos low, they can keep their differences aside, then perhaps the road ahead could be at least
Moshni, stay with me. I want to quickly bring in Rahul Srivastava, because let's break it down, Rahul. Where is the friction emerging from? At least right now with what we're talking about. Of course, the fact that Mamata Banerjee's and the Congress don't see eye to eye when it comes down to the 42 seats in Lok Sabha. Mamata wants Congress to completely pull out. Let's talk about the Aam Aadmi Party. Where does the Aam Aadmi Party come into play? There are 13 seats in Punjab. There are 7 in the national capital where the Lok Sabha is concerned. So in all, what we're talking about is 20 odd seats. The Aam Aadmi Party hopes that the Congress will concede and give it seats in a place like Haryana, where the Aam Aadmi Party is looking to go big in the next coming elections. Do you think it will also come down to that as well, where the support of ordinance is concerned? How much the Aam Aadmi Party gives where the Congress is concerned? Will it allow the Congress to go with all 25 seats in Gujarat, where they have 6% vote share?
See, Preeti, I think the problem here is that this grouping which is coming together. Take, for example, as you say, Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. What is the current status or the past record of these political parties? Congress party is trying a revival. The Aam Aadmi Party is plotting an expansion. Now, when there are two forces which are not on a very strong, stable platform, eventually there is bound to be friction. Can the Congress party let go of the seats in Punjab in a Lok Sabha elections or in Delhi for a Aam Aadmi Party? Is that a possibility?
But Rahul, the Aam Aadmi Party, I would reckon, as per our sources, is quite okay if it concedes even 5 seats out of the 7 to the Congress. They want to make a play in Punjab. In Punjab, if you look at it now in terms of where the chessboard stands, if there is one says an understanding between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, they have a good chance in Punjab.
Yes, certainly they have a good chance in Punjab. But can political parties which are looking for expansion or revival create any ground in which their identities, political identities, do get merged in a coalition and then plot what they are plotting? That is the issue. We have seen for a very long time, for example, in states like Uttar Pradesh, where small parties like BSP joined hand with the BJP, and that was always perceived as a dilution as far as the BJP's ideological push was concerned, and eventually it hurt the BJP. And that is why the BJP changed tack. Say, for example, something like in Bengal. In Bengal, the BJP, Congress's problem is that Mamata Banerjee was born out of the Congress. Their vote banks are virtually the same. And in that scenario, if there is any merging of the identities, why has Trinamool Congress walked a different road for so long in Delhi when Narendra Modi has been in power on various issues? It is primarily because they don't want each other's identity to get merged. And that is what will be the problem. Say, for example, if we think Punjab, yes, will the Aam Aadmi Party cede ground? If Aam Aadmi Party wants that somebody should cede ground in Madhya Pradesh, then what's going to happen?
Right.
I have been talking about this fact that states like Bengal, UP, Kerala, Maharashtra, Bihar, if I put together something close to 20 odd states, there are 150 odd seats where the Congress party will have to back down. Now, can the Congress party, the party which is plotting revival to stay ahead of the pack, make that kind of a sacrifice all over the country? Because Congress has a footprint in every other state. Mamata Banerjee does not have a footprint in Madhya Pradesh. So for Mamata Banerjee, it's easier to say. And I think, can there be a coalition government against Modi with the Congress weakened, with the Congress contesting less seats, Congress winning lesser seats? And then you think, because I think the last experiment of United Front, Congress had 144, only then there could be a government. Otherwise, there'll be too many players, too many small parties.
You know, stay on with us. So let's quickly go back to that news break that we are getting in, and I want to quickly pull in as Washmi continues to get us the latest. We are counting down to that press conference, and let's see really what are the contours of this Mahagathbandhan that's coming together. But the news that we are breaking, the NCP, Sharad Pawar has intervened. There seems to have been an intervention of sorts along with Uddhav Thackeray, and both of them, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, have intervened. And I want to bring in Sahil Joshi, who's on the phone line, our Mumbai Bureau Chief. Sahil, have they intervened on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party, trying to urge the Congress to possibly back the party where the ordinance is concerned in Rajya Sabha?
Well, Preeti, the issue ripped up because the Aam Aadmi Party stand over 370, Article 370, and Omar Abdullah actually criticized Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of that. Even Congress had certain issues with the Aam Aadmi Party. So finally, Sharad Pawar had to intervene and said that last 25 years, he and Uddhav Thackeray were quarreling in Maharashtra state politics, but end of the day, they had come together, and now they are working together, keeping aside all the differences they had earlier. So, that is what exactly the opposition party should follow. Even Uddhav Thackeray, responded in affirmative over this particular statement of Sharad Pawar. And finally, they are trying to intervene, saying that, keep your distances aside. The meeting has been called basically to come together for the Lok Sabha elections to fight, a greater enemy, a greater political enemy, that is BJP, for the Lok Sabha elections. And that is what Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray has intervened in this meeting.
All right, Sahil, appreciate you joining us. We're going to come right back to you. I want to quickly dip in. There's a lot of news break coming in on the sidelines as well, viewers, because, whatever it might be, the opposition coming together, the BJP will have all eyes on it. Understandably, we've seen a lot of political commentary coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party through the course of the morning, because it will benefit the BJP if the opposition is fragmented. Word coming in from BJP Party President JP Nadda, and that's the news that we're breaking right now. The latest news coming in, the BJP chief JP Nadda has mocked the opposition's show, or at least right now, what seems to be a show of unity. Nadda said Indira Gandhi put Lalu, Nitish in jail. Lalu and Nitish now embracing Rahul. Nadda claims desperation in opposition camp. So what's really happening, viewers, is that JP Nadda is raking up the past, where he's talked about the JP movement as well at a level. Then he's talked about the emergency and saying that it was Indira Gandhi who actually put Nitish and Lalu in jail. And now Lalu and Nitish embracing Rahul Gandhi. If one is to go by, that, then a lot has changed where the BJP's camp is concerned as well. But this is politics, it's posturing, and understandably, the BJP would be watching very keenly on what really comes off this opposition meet today, which we are going to hear more of in just about the next 20 minutes from Patna. But to take our viewers through this latest news break, JP Nadda reacting. He's one of the many leaders that from the Bharatiya Janata Party that has come out mocking, slamming, chiding, whatever one may call it, the opposition meet which is taking place. Let's listen it if we have a reaction.
यही लालू प्रसाद यादव पूरे 22 महीने जेल, कांग्रेस की इंदिरा गांधी, राहुल की दादी ने इसको जेल में डाला था। यही नीतीश कुमार पूरे 20 महीने जेल की शिक्षों के पीछे कांग्रेस पार्टी की इंदिरा गांधी ने डाला था, यही राहुल गांधी की दादी ने डाला था। आज पटना की धरती पर राहुल को आदर सहित उनको स्वागत करते हुए जब मैं इनकी तस्वीरें देख रहा हूं, तो मुझे याद आता है कि राजनीति में क्या से क्या हो गया, कहां से चले थे और कहां पहुंच गए, इसकी यात्रा मुझे दिखाई देती है। मैंने देखा अभी अभी पता चला कि उद्धव ठाकरे पटना की धरती पर लैंड कर गए। ये हिंदू शिवसेना, ये हिंदुओं की बात करने वाले, इनके पिता हिंदू सम्राट बाला साहब ठाकरे कहा करते थे कि मैं शिवसेना को कांग्रेस नहीं बनने दूंगा, अगर कांग्रेस से हाथ मिलाना पड़े तो मैं अपनी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा। आज बाला साहब ठाकरे सोचते होंगे किसी और ने नहीं, उनके बेटे ने ही उनकी दुकान बंद कर दी है।
More news break coming in. Understandably, there's a lot that has gone down where this political opposition meet is concerned. A lot of it is also posturing, viewers. One must understand. A lot of what is said on the sidelines is also posturing, and an example of that coming in, the Aam Aadmi Party's attack on the Congress. At the opposition meet, AAP alleges BJP Rahul nexus. Aam Aadmi Party says Congress will walk out during vote on ordinance. Aam Aadmi Party says there's proof of Rahul BJP understanding. All of this, one must understand, is plain posturing. And I want to bring in Moshmi into the conversation for more. Moshmi, all of this plain posturing because the Aam Aadmi Party fears, as per our sources, that the Congress, when the ordinance is tabled in the Rajya Sabha, will stage a walkout and not support the Aam Aadmi Party. So, you know, with what we've seen in terms of commentary since the course of the morning, that there is a Rahul BJP nexus, all of this posturing, trying to build pressure on the Congress.
Very interesting, Preeti, because you know, perhaps the vote share that the Congress party had in Delhi in 2003 would actually reveal everything, because in 2003 Delhi bagged about over 40% of the Congress bagged about over 40% of the vote share. That happened in 2008 as well. And if you look at the vote share in 2020, it was just 4% in Delhi. And there, you know, we saw the Aam Aadmi Party coming in, and perhaps an entire vote transfer of the Congress to the Aam Aadmi Party, and therefore the dichotomy, you know, a lot of posturing is happening because this is about bargaining, getting more elbow room, getting a say. Yes, we are also there. You are the big brother. You need to show magnanimity. You need to show something so that we can take back to our voters and say that, yes, we are aligning with the Congress, who we criticized so much, who we opposed and who we threw out of power, and there's a reason for it. So it's more of a face saver also, Preeti, because remember, if you look at the timeline, the way Arvind Kejriwal issued a statement, then sources, you know, blurting out yesterday, we will walk out. A lot of posturing is happening. I really don't think that the Congress would stage a walkout if they would have committed to the vote against the ordinance. And then you have a lot of peer pressure, pressure from the Pawars and the Mamta Banerjees for a greater common good. So probably the Congress will come by, and the fact is that Rahul Gandhi, I had broken that story earlier, when Rahul Gandhi had met Nitish, Preeti, a month back with Mallikarjun Kharge. In that meeting, Rahul Gandhi had said that they would support the Aam Aadmi Party on the ordinance. So a lot of posturing, as you say, because nothing of that has come out. It's all about the Delhi unit being upset, the Punjab unit being upset and criticizing Arvind Kejriwal. That's what Congress has done. And you have a tit for tat with Aam Aadmi Party.
But it's very interesting because when it comes down to the Lok Sabha, you know, a quick reality check there in terms of sheer figures. And Rahul Srivastav could talk a little more about that, because in 2019, forget about 2014, in 2019 Lok Sabha elections in Delhi, the BJP walked off with 51% vote share. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi put together couldn't even match up or overpower the Bharatiya Janata Party's vote share where Delhi was concerned. So there's a lot of fine print that needs to be decoded and understood away from the posturing of it all. But Rahul, I want to bring you in because it's really interesting. If you look at it, would you think that, of course, one thing which we're given to understand, what is the basic that we're looking at today is possibly a committee being set up where there'll be representation by each political party, and there will possibly be a convener. It could very well be Mr. Nitish Kumar, and I'm sure you have more to add on that. But in terms of states, Rahul, where are the five? You know, if I can count and, you know, do add more. The state of Madhya Pradesh, the state of Maharashtra, Bihar, then you have the state of Rajasthan, are some of the states, Rahul, where the BJP maxed out in terms of where Lok Sabha is concerned. Karnataka is the fifth state there. These are the 5 states where the opposition really needs to put their mind in and try and reduce the number of seats in these 5 states.
Yes, Preeti, that's what is on theoretically on paper sounds absolutely fine. I think if BJP has to be defeated to take on the BJP in the saturation states. Definitely the BJP has leadership trouble. You have got in Karnataka, the BJP is in absolute disarray even after the loss. One doesn't see really that they would be sorting out their leadership issues. Rajasthan, the BJP doesn't know which way to go, whether to rely on reliable old Vasundhara or to find somebody else or fight in the name of Narendra Modi. Madhya Pradesh, same. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has no guarantees from the party's two top bosses that whether he is going to lead the party into the next elections. So there is a possibility and an opportunity. But the point is that the Congress is the lone player in these three big states. All these states put together form something over 80 odd seats. Now, in that scenario, who can help the Congress in these states? The point is the BJP may be in disarray, but has the Congress made strong strides? Maybe. But the fact is that if there is an opposition unity, how does it really impact the battle between the Congress and the BJP in these states, really? So the opposition unity really matters in states like Uttar Pradesh, for example. You have Mayawati, who has made a very interesting comment recently. She says, "Dil mile na mile."
May I cut you short? Will you hold on to that thought? I just, I need to dip in to a news break that is coming in right now. Lots of news break. Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury has called TMC a party of thieves. Massive opposition feud amidst unity show. Clearly, it's all expected. And once again, you have to take everything that you see in terms of what leaders are saying with not just a pinch but a fistful of salt. A lot of it is posturing, it's politics. What really comes off is later. One of the main reasons, of course, Moshmi, that Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury has called TMC a party of thieves is, let's listen in. Let's first listen in to Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury.
চোরদের যেরকম বাহানার অভাব হয় না, তাই তারা পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে। পশ্চিমবঙ্গে মমতাকে খাতির করে তুমি রাজনীতি করো। অতএব খুব পরিষ্কার করে শুনলেন এটা, যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে মমতাকে খাতির করে কংগ্রেস কখনো রাজনীতি করেনি, করবেও না। নির্বাচনের অজুহাত দেখিয়ে মলয় ঘটাচ্ছে, অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় বারবার পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে, ওজোর দেখিয়ে পালাতে চাইছে চোরের দলেরা, তাই পালাতে চাইছে। সামনে ফেরার ক্ষমতা নেই, কারণ এরা অপরাধ করেছে নিজেরা জানে। তাই নানা বাহানায়, দুর্বৃত্তে যেমন ছলের অভাব হয় না, চোরদেরও সেরকম বাহানার অভাব হয় না, তাই তারা পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে। পশ্চিমবঙ্গে মমতাকে খাতির করে তুমি রাজনীতি করো। অতএব খুব পরিষ্কার করে শুনলেন এটা, যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে মমতাকে খাতির করে কংগ্রেস কখনো রাজনীতি করেনি, করবেও না। নির্বাচনের অজুহাত দেখিয়ে মলয় ঘটাচ্ছে, অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় বারবার পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে, ওজোর দেখিয়ে পালাতে চাইছে চোরের দলেরা, তাই পালাতে চাইছে। সামনে ফেরার ক্ষমতা নেই, কারণ এরা অপরাধ করেছে নিজেরা জানে। তাই নানা বাহানায়, দুর্বৃত্তে যেমন ছলের অভাব হয় না, চোরদেরও সেরকম বাহানার অভাব হয় না, তাই তারা পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে।
Thieves have no dearth of excuses, hence they come up with excuses.
পশ্চিমবঙ্গে মমতাকে খাতির করে তুমি রাজনীতি করো।
Nobody is going to bow down to Mamata. In West Bengal, Congress won't do that, hasn't done that, won't do that.
পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে, ওজোর দেখিয়ে পালাতে চাইছে চোরের দলেরা।
Abhishek Banerjee is trying to just run away from the investigation. These are thieves. They know that they've committed crime. This is a party of thieves.
My colleague Polomi translating what Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury has just said, practically calling the TMC a party of thieves and Mamata Banerjee leading that party of thieves. Polomi, stay with me. You track the TMC very closely, and a lot of it, like I said, is posturing where the party dynamics are concerned. 42 seats in the state of West Bengal in Lok Sabha. Mamata Banerjee doesn't want to give more than 2 or 3 seats. The Congress very clear that they want at least 8 to 9 seats, especially after the TMC has lost the by-polls. Mamata Banerjee and the Congress really don't see eye to eye where West Bengal is concerned.
Sources are revealing, Preeti, that Mamata Banerjee has raised in that opposition meeting as well, where she's clearly stated that the way that the Congress seems to behave and conduct itself in West Bengal, that can't go on if we truly want opposition unity and if we want the opposition parties to come together on the same page. But you've seen the sort of stance that Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury, who's of course the party president as far as the Congress unit in Bengal is concerned, continues to maintain. He in fact is one of the biggest nemesis as far as the TMC is concerned in West Bengal. So he continues to, in fact, speak against the TMC. He's done so on a day when Mamata Banerjee, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi are in the same room. He's speaking in Murshidabad in West Bengal, and he's again accusing the TMC of being a party of thieves. And this is the kind of bitter rivalry that the Congress and the TMC silent as well on the streets of West Bengal in the run-up to the Bengal Panchayat elections on July 8th. So clearly, this is exactly what is plaguing as far as the opposition and its attempt at quote-unquote unity is concerned, be it Mamata Congress in West Bengal or be it Aam Aadmi Party Congress in Delhi or Punjab, Preeti.
They're very interesting. Also, there's no love lost where Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury and Mamata Banerjee is concerned. If one is to say politely or mildly, they really cannot stand each other. But Maushmi, I want to bring you in back into this conversation because this is what's happening at the end of the TMC. TMC is very clear. They feel that the Congress, and they could be also right, really has very little stake when it comes down to Lok Sabha elections where West Bengal is concerned. The Congress would also need to read the writing on the wall. Coming to you, Maushmi, let's once again quickly play that reaction of Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury and we go across to Maushmi then.
ওজোর দেখিয়ে পালাতে চাইছে চোরের দলেরা, তাই পালাতে চাইছে, সামনে ফেরার ক্ষমতা নেই, কারণ এরা অপরাধ করেছে নিজেরা জানে। তাই নানা বাহানায় দুর্বৃত্তে যেমন ছলের অভাব হয় না, চোরদের সেরকম বাহানার অভাব হয় না, তাই তারা পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে। ওজোর দেখিয়ে পালাতে চাইছে চোরের দলেরা, তাই পালাতে চাইছে, সামনে ফেরার ক্ষমতা নেই, কারণ এরা অপরাধ করেছে নিজেরা জানে। তাই নানা বাহানায় দুর্বৃত্তে যেমন ছলের অভাব হয় না, চোরদের সেরকম বাহানার অভাব হয় না, তাই তারা পালানোর চেষ্টা করছে।
Polumi had translated, practically calling the party of TMC a party of thieves led by Mamata Banerjee. Want to bring you in, Polumi, because the problem with the Congress is also what's going on where the opposition parties are concerned, the likes of Mamata Banerjee, Akhilesh, Arvind Kejriwal ganging up against the Congress where this meeting is concerned, but also with its own people. The likes of Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury making statements which really, in terms of optics, will play out terribly and add to the atmospherics which suggest that there can never be any opposition unity.
Absolutely, and that is the kind of pressure that the Congress is facing from its Punjab and Delhi units as well. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, you know that as well. As far as Bengal is concerned, Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury has always taken a very vocal, strong stand against the TMC. In fact, towards the start of that soundbite, we're playing out the part where he, of course, calls them a party of thieves. He, in fact, is asked about, working with the TMC, if possible, in West Bengal. And he says that the Congress will never bow down to Mamata Banerjee, hasn't ever, won't do it, at least in West Bengal. So he is maintaining a very clear stance. As far as West Bengal is concerned, the Congress will continue to challenge the TMC. There's absolutely no possibility that Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury and Mamata Banerjee can sit at the same
I'm going to give Maushmi needs to cut across for 5 minutes and get something. But Maushmi, before you leave us for 5 minutes, quickly come in and take us through on what's going on, because the Congress clearly has enough trouble where they're sitting inside that meeting where the opposition is concerned, ganging up some of them. But outside, look at the kind of atmospherics with the likes of Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury is creating, and he's no small-time leader.
See, Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury is a repeat offender as far as the TMC is concerned, and that's how the TMC looks at it. Much of the icy relationship between TMC and the Congress party, Preeti, is attributed to Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury because Mamata can't stand him, we are told, and she had asked Rahul Gandhi to sack him and perhaps make another chief so that you could work in coordination. But that didn't happen, and still congratulatory messages were exchanged on Twitter. Rahul Gandhi had congratulated Mamata Banerjee over her feat in West Bengal. But Mamata has been very critical of the Congress's repeated troublesome attitude in the state. And on the other hand, the Congress says we cannot surrender to the TMC's whims and fancies. We have our own identity. This is a very tightrope walk. Either sides will have to see the pros and cons, the gains and the losses, and walk this tightrope. And that's one reason, that there is a need for people like Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, MK Stalin to intervene, because Remember, TMC in the parliament in the past few years has taken its
Watch
own
me,
line.
there's news
It's
break
not
coming
come
in, and
around
there seems to be a climb down as well where Rahul Gandhi is concerned. We're going to play that news in just a while. What we're given to understand is that in the meeting, what Rahul Gandhi said was that they are willing to be flexible in seat distribution. We are ready to be flexible to save the country, is what seemingly Rahul Gandhi suggested. We're going to cut across to Sahil Joshi in just a short while when we play that latest news break coming in. You know, Rahul, I want to, Srivastava, I want to bring you in where Rahul Gandhi, what we're given to understand, and seemingly there's a realization, Rahul, where the Congress is concerned, that they cannot go into this meeting as an all-consuming big brother. They have to go as equal partners and take it from there.
Yes, the basic idea for the opposition coming together is that there is no big brother. It is a coalition of the equals, be it a small party or the big party. And once they are actually able to achieve that, I think everything else will be very easy. But if you look at the map of India, the BJP contested in 2009 433 seats, in 2014 428, and in out of the 543, and 2019 it was 437. The Congress contested 440 out of the 543 in 2009, 464 in 2014, which was the highest since 1996. And 2019 it contested 423 seats. Now, in a large number of states, the Congress did not win a single seat. Now, if we are saying that, say, out of the 30-odd states and union territories, the Congress does not have a chance of winning seats in 15 states, will the Congress be ready to stand aside and let others play? Now, in that scenario, say, for example, in UP, they have 1 seat. And actually, will they be standing back for, say, the Congress stand down for Samajwadi Party? Can there be an alliance without the effective alliance, because without the BSP? Now, these are the questions which are, I think, the tougher questions to ask. Because one, this is the electoral arrangement. The second is a visible arrangement. You have to, like today, they were talking about some 20-odd parties. You had some 15 and 16. That visible element has to be there. So in which we may call Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury a black sheep as far as the Congress is concerned, because he continues to take part. But it could well be strategy that on a day when your identities seem to be merging, you have one leader speaking in a different voice. Coming together is a very difficult issue. Say, for example, Sharad Pawar is today the unifier. He's telling Aam Aadmi Party to do something, Congress Party to help the Aam Aadmi Party. But just a little while back, we had Mr. Sharad Pawar breaking ranks on the Adani issue. So how do you bring together, how do you visibly keep that template?
Stay with us, Rahul, once again. You know, apologies, I know I'm interrupting our reporters and you, but lots of information coming in. You have Asaduddin Owaisi from the AIMIM. Listen in.
हम सबसे आगे रहेंगे. नीतीश कुमार ख्वाब देख रहे हैं कि मैं प्रधानमंत्री बन जाऊंगा. दूसरे लोग सब अपने अपने ख्वाबों को देख रहे हैं. हम लोग अपनी अपनी बात कर रहे हैं. आपने तो किया ना. आप जब गोधरा के वक्त आप रेलवे मंत्री थे, गुजरात जलता रहा, आप बीजेपी के साथ थे. फिर आप मुख्यमंत्री बन गए नीतीश कुमार साहब. फिर महागठबंधन बनाया, फिर मुख्यमंत्री बने, फिर आप चले गए, फिर आप वापिस आए. दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री तो 370 में बीजेपी को ओपन सपोर्ट करे, आज रो रहे हैं पूरे देश में कि बीजेपी ने ऑर्डिनेंस जारी करके मेरे इख्तियारात छीन लिए. आप तो 370 का सपोर्ट करे थे. आप बात करते हैं कम्युनल सेकुलरिज्म की, और वहां पर शिवसेना के साथ आप अलायंस करके मुख्यमंत्री बनाते हैं उनको, उद्धव ठाकरे को, और शिवसेना वहां पर है. ममता बनर्जी है जो कहती है कि मेरा गोत्रा सबसे बड़ा है. आप कम्युनलिज्म से मुकाबला करेंगे इस तरह से? अभी नहीं, हमको इसलिए नहीं बुलाए क्योंकि हम सच्चाई को बयान करते हैं. और वहां पर ये जितने भी लोग हैं, जितने भी नेता वहां पर हैं, ये 3 चीजों को नहीं चाहते, कि इंक्लूडिंग बीजेपी, कि मुस्लिम, दलित और आदिवासियों का पॉलिटिकल एम्पावरमेंट हो. ये चाहे ये लोग हो या बीजेपी, कभी नहीं चाहेंगे लोग. कि मुसलमान, दलित और आदिवासियों का पॉलिटिकल एम्पावरमेंट हो।
सर, उनका विजन कैसा देखते हैं? मगर ये जो अपोजिशन पार्टी से, आप भी अपोजिशन पार्टी है, आप तो चीफ है, तो मतलब आप कैसा देखते हैं? इनका विजन कैसा देखते हैं? क्या विजन है बोलिए आप, मेरे को नहीं मालूम। सिंपल देखे हैं, बीजेपी से लड़ना है, उनको हराना है, इसीलिए तो
ऐसा हो जाए, ये विजन है, ये विजन है आपका, ये विजन है आपका। आप ये विजन को लेकर जाएंगे देश के सामने, जहां चले जाइए, मालूम होता आप लेकर जाइए। अगर आप जो कह रहे हैं उनका वो विजन है, इसको विजन बोलेंगे आप। आपका विजन क्या है, आपका एजेंडा क्या है, कैसा होगा ये?
Do you think that this opposition party meeting, so-called in Patna, is going to be a failure?
I don't know. You see, we don't want Mr. Narendra Modi to again become the Prime Minister of this great country of ours in 2024. And for that, we'll be using our whatever efforts which are there. But this particular meeting which is being held today in Patna, what is the track record of all these political leaders who have assembled over there? Isn't it right that because of Congress, BJP came back into power twice? Isn't it right to say that Mr. Nitish Kumar was the railway minister when Godhra happened, and he continued to be with BJP when the Gujarat genocide and program happened? He became chief minister because of alliance with BJP. He left BJP, formed Mahagathbandhan, became the chief minister, again left them, joined BJP, now again he has left them. Thirdly, Shiv Sena. Has Shiv Sena become a secular party? That Shiv Sena where Mr. Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister stood up in the Maharashtra assembly and said that, yes, we are proud of demolishing Babri Masjid. The chief minister of Delhi supported BJP when in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha when Article 370 was removed in an unconstitutional way. What is this? Mr. Nitish Kumar as the chief minister could not visit his own home district when a communal riot happened and 100-year-old madrasa was burned down. He could not go over there. So we don't know. They are doing it. Let us see what happens in the future. I can only say, I am reminded of this Urdu शेर that इब्तिदा इश्क के आगे देखिए होता है क्या, और दूसरा क्या है कि हुनूस दिल्ली दूरस्त।
सर कौन लगता है आइडियल पीएम?
देखिए आप जो है ना, नरेंद्र मोदी जो चाहते हैं वो पूछ रहे हैं आप। नरेंद्र मोदी ये चाहते हैं कि चेहरे सामने आ जाए और मैं सबको देख लूंगा। हम ये कह रहे हैं कि चेहरे नहीं, 540 लोकसभा की सीटों पर नरेंद्र मोदी से मुकाबला होना चाहिए। आप जिस दिन चेहरों को लेकर आएंगे, ये चेहरा है, ये चेहरा है, ये चेहरा है, भाई ये चेहरों को लेकर आएंगे, बीजेपी को फायदा हो जाएगा। चेहरा होना चाहिए बेरोजगारी का, चेहरा होना चाहिए मॉब लिंचिंग का, चेहरा होना चाहिए इन्फ्लेशन का, चेहरा होना चाहिए जीडीपी का जो गिर रहा है, महंगाई जो बढ़ रही है, ये चेहरे होने चाहिए, ये मुद्दे होने चाहिए।
थैंक यू सर।
Asauddin Owaisi, and what he will play into in terms of where the opposition is concerned is now the opposition together trying to paint an image where Asauddin Owaisi and the AIMIM is concerned as a team B of the BJP. He was not invited where the opposition meet is concerned, understandably, especially where Bihar is concerned. Well, the RJD till date believes that it was AIMIM and Asauddin Owaisi that caused the loss of the RJD to come to power where Bihar is concerned. But okay, let's cut across to the other news break. There's so much news break coming in, but that's a big inside scoop that we're breaking right now. And that concerns Rahul Gandhi, who was in the meeting. He has said, and how much flexibility is the question, where he says, ready to be flexible in seat distribution. Rahul Gandhi says, we'll sacrifice for the country. We will be flexible in seat distribution. We are ready to be flexible to save the country. This is what Rahul Gandhi said, because the ultimate aim, viewers, where the opposition, Mahagathbandhan, is concerned, of course, to come, together on what are the contours of this opposition unity. How will the opposition come together, keeping their fault lines and differences aside? Also, with what the likes of Sharad Pawar have said, that it seems Sharad Pawar has identified 400 seats which could field one party, one candidate. The opposition could field a consensus candidate on 400 seats, which many political analysts, including the likes of Rahul Srivastava, would be smiling at, and I want to bring him in to this conversation because Rahul, the Congress would have a more conservative estimate, 275, 300 seats, but even that is a fair ask. So when Rahul Gandhi says ready to be flexible where seat sharing is concerned, how flexible would that be?
See, I think one will have to find a point of elasticity. That political point of electoral elasticity will determine how far they can go. The problem here, the problem will remain. I think eventually this will call, if I see the map, or if one sees the map of India, it will call on the Congress to make huge sacrifices. And I think, say, starting from a state like Uttar Pradesh and several others, while Congress can actually benefit political parties in their respective states by standing aside, say, for example, in Bengal and in Bihar and several other states, these political parties can't bring dividends to them, even if they present a united picture in a state like Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and several others where the BJP is the main rival. Because eventually when the Congress goes in alone fighting with the BJP, then in a Lok Sabha elections where Narendra Modi is on the ticket, then the Congress's face is Rahul Gandhi. And in the Rahul Gandhi versus Narendra Modi, BJP versus Congress, the BJP has had in recent past, or say we call 9 years recent past, the BJP always had the heavier hand. Now that is where the trouble lies. That also, if the Congress makes too many sacrifices everywhere, and the transfer of votes from those political parties does not really happen, because it is not a natural phenomena. Say, for example, in a state like Kerala, what is the left, which is right now one of the good allies of the Congress party, going to do? And that's where the Congress did the best last time. It had the best harvest that last elections. Now, these are the problems, I think, which one will have to check. I think the Congress is a very buoyant political force right now. I think if you look at it, Rahul Gandhi, since the Bharat Jodo Yatra, has been passing the public eyeball test. Now, Rahul Gandhi may in the meeting say, present a very flexible picture that he is ready, the party is ready to make sacrifices to save the nation. But how far will the Congress be demanded to be making sacrifices? I think that, and what does it get from the unity effort? I think that is a very difficult proposition.
All right, Rahul, we're going to come right back. Rahul Srivastava, Polumi Saha, as well as our battery of reporters getting us the latest from Patna. We're expecting a press conference. It was to take place at 3:30. It's going to follow lunch where the Mahagathbandhan meeting is concerned. What's come of it? We're going to cut across to Moshmi, Rajdeep Sardesai on the other side of this quick break. To stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Day one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington, D.C. was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies, with the Bidens and Desi diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C., where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him. Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington, D.C., where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the U.S. Capitol, Modi and U.S. First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए यह हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
Seeing the interaction between the Prime Minister and First Lady today, there was a tremendous energy in the room, and it really made me aware of the depth of the intellectual and scientific collaboration between India and the United States.
To hear their thoughts about the various opportunities available and their passion for education. And I'm really looking forward to how I can combine all this inspiration to achieve something worthwhile.
President Biden and First Lady Jill then hosted Modi for an intimate dinner at the White House. Jill Biden was seen personally supervising the dinner table.
Well, since you've called your book Reflections, let me start by asking you a very basic question. I mean, you've had such a long and storied career. Which part of it do you cherish the most on hindsight? I mean, is it the ICICI stint? Is it your stint as a public sector banker? Or is it the numerous philanthropic initiatives that you have immersed yourself in after your banking career?
It's obvious. I can identify myself only with ICICI Bank till my last breath. Of course, the philanthropic initiatives like Pratham and others are very important. But ICICI Bank caps everything. And that's about my life in banking.
But, you know, I rarely speak to a person who has been a chairman of a public sector bank and a chairman of a very large private sector bank. I mean, you're a rare exception in that case. So let me ask you to tell us a little bit about this perennial debate which is on between public sector and private sector banks. And a lot of people believe that a public sector bank can never run as efficiently as a private sector entity. The financial markets value the two very differently. Give us your perspective, if you will, on how you see through your unique lens as having run both these institutions.
My book speaks for itself. In fact, my book is full of anecdotes about what hazards are there in the public sector banking. Way back in 1969, when banks were nationalized, I felt very happy that banks could have closed open branches in the interior of India. But the way in which the state controlled the banks, the state managed the banks, I suppose made me feel depressed. In fact, my tenure in public sector banking was very small. Within 6 years, I left the public sector banking. I'm not counting my State Bank of India days where I was not a chairman. State Bank of India, I was working very closely with the chairman at that time. But if I count the chairmanship of the Bank of India, well, I was very happy to be in the bank and very happy to be with the people. But I just did not like the way in which the government tried to control the chairman and to control. Almost every day you will get a message from there to do this, to do that. That's not the way to manage the bank. And the market is right in valuing the private sector bank more than the public sector bank. It is not so much about the ownership of the public sector banks that matters. It's the way in which the state is managing the public sector banks that really gives a huge discount to the public sector banks.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, you're with us on all that is coming in where the mega opposition meet in Patna is concerned. We're expecting a press conference in just a short while, but lots of news that is filtering in on what really transpired, who pitched against whom, where the political parties were concerned, who took a step back, all of that coming in over the course of the next 45 minutes. Let me take you through the headlines. Mega opposition Gathbandhan in Patna concludes. 15 political parties attend. Amit Shah calls opposition meet a photo opportunity. Rahul says BJP spreading hate. Aam Aadmi Party tears into Congress in midst of opposition meet, says BJP Rahul secret pact on ordinance. Cracks appear in opposition unity. Mamta objects to Congress's dharna politics in Bengal. Congress calls TMC a party of thieves. AIMIM oversees big attack on Nitish, asks where was Nitish in 2002 Gujarat genocide, says opposition will end up helping Modi in 2024. AIMIM and Asauddin Owaisi was not invited to the opposition meet. Prime Minister Modi shuts down when he was asked a question on democracy, says democracy runs in our veins.
ने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर, और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है.
And Prime Minister Modi receives applause and standing ovations during his joint address at the US Congress. All right, big news break coming in from the opposition meet in Patna. What has been decided now? That's a big one. There will be another opposition unity meet in Shimla soon. Patna opposition meet will end in a stalemate. Nothing has really come out of that as expected. No convener picked yet. Another meet in Shimla. No consensus. Opposition parties fighting amongst themselves. All right, so that is what has come out of the opposition meet in Patna. That's the news that we are breaking. There's been a stalemate in Patna is what we are given to understand. There will be another opposition meeting in Shimla, which is governed by Congress. Congress has won Himachal Pradesh this year. And you have the latest now that we are given to understand that there will be another opposition meet in Shimla, primarily because there was no consensus which was achieved in this opposition meeting. No convener picked as well is what we have been given to understand. I want to cut across right now immediately to Rahul Srivastava, as we have been joined by Rajdeep Sardesai in just about a minute. But Rahul Srivastava, this was understood. Because this is the first time that at least all parties are on board. There's another meeting now, what we are given to understand. Of course, this is all source-based information. They're still awaiting the press conference. That there wasn't any consensus that was reached, even when it comes down to who will be the convener of the Mahagathbandhan.
Preeti, it is not a complete washout, one will say. I think there was a great amount of agreement as far as getting united is concerned. I think to create that chorus that we should united was a very important element. That has been achieved. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, proposed that there should be a follow-up meeting very soon. And we can confirm that, yes, the next meeting will be in Shimla, the capital of Himachal. Now, that's a very interesting development, because when Nitish Kumar met Mamta Banerjee last in Kolkata, there was a proposal by the Congress on the discussion table that the meeting should be held in a Congress-ruled state. Mamata Banerjee did not want that. Mamata Banerjee didn't want it in a Congress-ruled state that because the signal will be that Congress is spearheading the movement. But at that time when it was ruled, Mamata Banerjee had said that why not in JP's land, Bihar? But now if there is agreement to hold the meeting in Shimla, means somewhere Congress is being more accommodated. Congress is being accommodated
taken a step back,
more by parties like that.
Well,
Definitely
okay.
that parties
Stay
like
with us,
Mamata have
Rahul.
taken a step back.
I'm going to quickly cut across to Rajdeep Sardesai, who's right now in Patna, consulting editor, as well as Maushmi, who's joining us. But Rajdeep, who's just about getting mic'd up in Patna, where the Mahagathbandhan meeting has just concluded with a lunch. But Rajdeep, what's the biggest takeaway? Are we expecting another meeting in Shimla soon? Any consensus which has been reached at all?
Well, the press conference that these leaders are supposed to have hasn't taken place yet. They obviously are having a rather long lunch. But the sense one got from someone who's there at the meeting is that there hasn't been too much of acrimony. I think the aim was to look for the low-hanging fruit in this meeting to try and ensure that at least there is some minimal, if not consensus, but at least talking points, which can then become a platform for all these parties to continue talking to each other rather than at each other. Remember, there was much talk before the meeting that Arvind Kejriwal would walk out if the Congress didn't sort of openly endorse his stand on the ordinance that the BJP government has brought. Well, there's been no walkout of Mr. Kejriwal. There was much talk that Mamata Banerjee could perhaps read the riot act to the left. From what we gather, that also hasn't happened. Basically, the likes of Sharad Pawar and Nitish Kumar, whom I call the pragmatists within this group, are trying to convince all the parties that let's discuss the tough issues later. Let's first talk about why we believe we need to come together. So basically talking about issues like misuse of central agencies, the dictatorial attitude they claim of the central government. These are the common themes that these parties are trying to at least evolve some kind of a basic agreement on. So while there may be no major breakthrough, there is clearly no breakdown. And the fact that they are agreeing to talk again, we don't know whether it will be Shimla, but there will be another meeting. Chennai is another venue which has also been mentioned. Mamata apparently has said, I'm happy to hold such a meeting in Kolkata as well. Clearly suggests that there is a desire to continue the dialogue, which may suit the Congress. The Congress, remember, is the elephant in the room, because how much will they concede to these smaller parties is the big question mark. And the Congress may ideally want to wait till the winter elections are done before widening the alliance and conceding more. So I think all sides will buy time for now, but the dialogue will continue. There is no breakdown at this meeting. There may be no major breakthrough either.
So no breakdown, but no breakthrough either. It's status quo, but the fact that, Rajdeep, there will now be definitely a second meeting. But how is it that even the convener has not been picked where the Mahagathbandhan is concerned? And importantly, Rajdeep, if the Congress is of the opinion that they're going to wait out for the winter elections to take place, then Lok Sabha is practically done and called then. Because how are you even going to contemplate a one-seat, one-party candidate?
Well, you know, there is some talk of setting up a committee of some of the senior leaders, Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar, Mallikarjun Kharge, Mamata Banerjee. Whether that will be, whether there'll be a convener of that, whether, what will be the exact role of the committee of these senior leaders is unclear. You're right that, how do you in January this year sit across a table and agree to 300, 400 seats? But that, we are told, is the final destination. So what you're seeing today in Patna is expected over the next 6 months to build into a situation where they will agree to contest, 300 seats with a single candidate. The two crucial players there are Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal. How will Mr. Kejriwal and the Congress work this out in Punjab, in Delhi, in Haryana, in Chandigarh? And how will Mamata Banerjee work it out with the left and the Congress in Bengal? Because between these two, between Bengal and the northern states where AAP has influence, you're talking about 75 seats. In the Hindi heartland, there's a sense in central India, the Congress will get priority in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. Uttar Pradesh is a tricky state. Remember, Mayawati is not here, not invited. KCR not invited. Naveen Patnaik not invited. Jagan Reddy not invited. Chandrababu Naidu, who was an architect of a similar alliance 5 years ago, not there. In fact, talking, we are told, to the BJP at the moment. So it's significant that a number of other opposition players are keeping their options open. So what you're seeing is, I think, significant, but not significant enough just yet.
One quick question before we let you go.
The press conference is about to start.
Rajiv,
So-
one quick question before we
Yes.
let you go.
Go ahead.
Because there are camps within camps. Mamta, Arvind Kejriwal, Akhilesh seemingly have ganged up there. But having said that, who's playing the interlocutors? Is it Mr. Sharad Pawar? Is it Mr. Uddhav Thackeray?
No, I think the two leaders who, as I said, lead what I call the pragmatist group here are, or three of them, I would say, Nitish, Lalu and Sharad Pawar. Lalu Prasad has had an important role in convincing the likes of Rahul Gandhi that they have to be there in meetings like this. Sharad Pawar says, look, I've managed to do it in Maharashtra. If I could do it in Maharashtra, why can't you do it nationally? So I think these are two leaders. Meanwhile, I'm being called and told I'll be left out of the presser if I don't
Go ahead.
right
We're
away.
going to let
So I
Rajdeep...
must go and see
Go
what they
ahead,
have to say at
Rajdeep.
the
Go
press
ahead. We're going to get you right after the press conference. Moshmi is also there, who's joining us. Moshmi, that press conference finally taking place is what we have been given to believe. But what are your sources telling you, Moshmi? Rajdeep gave us a sense that, there are no big takeaways, but for the opposition on the ground which it actually came to meet on, could be a good thing. So no breakthrough, but no breakdown. Round 2 now possibly in Shimla.
Right, Preeti. Importantly, our sources do tell us, confirm that the next meeting is slotted for Shimla. It's going to be a 2-day meeting as of now. That could change. But yes, between Raipur and Shimla, these two places were mooted earlier by Rahul Gandhi. And now, perhaps, the other opposition parties are ready to take the red carpet welcome from the Congress party. So a lot happening in the parlays and in this meeting of the opposition. And we will have to, I'm in that press conference room. You can see the mics. Sanjay, just show the podium. You can see the dais. On the dais, about a dozen mics. So almost 16 parties participating and a dozen mics being put there. We'll have to wait and see. Interestingly, each and every सर आगे जाना है थोड़ा सा नेम प्लेट्स दिखानी है संजय आइए तो यहाँ पे so you can see Preeti that each and every chair has a plate. So often the seating arrangements are of course decoded and meanings made out of leaders sitting next to each other. So very interesting. There you can see even the chairs which are behind. Perhaps those will be the non-speakers. There are names on those chairs as well. So this is the mega optics that is rolling out from Patna. Nitish Kumar playing the host, perhaps pitching for the convener's post in this mega alliance of sorts before the 2024 elections. There's a lot of buzz in the air. We'll have to see what are the big takeaways. But once and for all, the much-awaited opposition meeting happened, and now the press conference is also happening. So many netas in the opposition will be heaving a sigh of relief. It's after a lot of ego massages, a lot of misunderstandings and understandings that they have come to this, and now perhaps it's time to cross the bridge.
Well, one thing you're bang on, Moshmi, I'd like to really see what the seating arrangement is, because these are not second in line of political parties. These are the top bosses. They are party leaders, and how will that, and who actually put the name tags on those chairs, and was it vetted, not vetted? You and I both know what really goes down behind the scenes on an event, something, like this. But what are we expecting, Moshmi? Nitish Kumar would have thought that he would have been, the chosen consensus candidate where convener was concerned. How is it that he wasn't appointed convener?
So there must be, Preeti, because there was a very short time and all the many leaders arrived in the morning. It's already post-noon. and many netas have to head back. Perhaps these are all party chiefs, as you rightly said. So the contours of what's going to follow, what's going to happen in future could possibly be worked out. That will give them reason enough to meet soon, is what one can understand. And perhaps that's one takeaway that one was expecting, that a convener would be announced, so coordination would be easy. But credit has to be given to Nitish Kumar on this one, because it's not easy. I've seen UPA meetings, I've seen Sonia Gandhi holding meetings with various netas, and there have been a lot of miscoordinations earlier. So this time round, the optics, all the big chiefs are here, and perhaps they would be coming in. There you can see that Pawan Khera and Gurdeep Sappal, who is attached to the president's office, Congress president's office, sitting in that right extreme corner. So perhaps they would be discussing that it's our turn next, and how we would be working the invitees out and ensuring their presence, because they have to agree on the fact that regional disparities, there can be regional issues that cannot be around. In fact, weaken this alliance, which is for a bigger purpose, and that is about defeating Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So perhaps, I could say that this is an icebreaker of sorts, the entire mega opposition meet.
Mashmi,
as they call it,
just stay with me. I'm coming right back. Give us a minute. Also, if you keep your camera focused, because I understand there's a signal issue, so your image is getting a little fragmented. Just keep it focused. Coming right back in a minute. I want to pull in Rahul Srivastava, our national affairs editor, into this conversation. Rahul, is it at least, would the opposition parties today go back with a sense of purpose? Has there been a takeaway? Because as Rajdeep says, there's been no breakdown, but there's been no breakthrough. For the opposition party, and from where it's come from, I would think that's a good thing.
Yes, Smriti, I've been saying that the idea that all of them got together is it creating a visible template. There is in this meeting, there was unanimity for unity. That's another template in terms of why they are coming together. They have to beat Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader, saying that the party would be ready to make sacrifices, another plus. But beyond that, I think if I be the devil's advocate, how is what we have today different from day before yesterday? There was a broad consensus, say among 20 odd parties, that Narendra Modi needs to be defeated and we all need to come together. So where has this meeting moved? We may say that there was no breakdown, but this meeting was not called for breakdown. This was called for technically what opposition supporters will be looking for, a breakthrough. And that is why I say that this meeting is a step forward, but is it a very significant step forward? I think one will have to wait for Shimla. The only good sign which I see is the agreement for meeting in Shimla, because at least those who are opposed to the Congress are not opposing the Congress on sheer nitty-gritties of the logistics and location of a meeting. They are not saying that the Congress cannot hold a meeting in its own state and try to portray that it is the leader of the pack. I think that's the only one big positive from this meeting.
Let's cut across back right now where that press conference hall is concerned. Mashmi is with us. Joining us with Mashmi will be Rajdeep Sardesai. But Mashmi, it's interesting because has there been a climb down where the Congress is concerned? Because earlier on, it was very important to political parties like the TMC, like the Aam Aadmi Party, even the Samajwadi Party, that the venue of meet be neutral. Therefore, Bihar, Patna was picked. The sheer fact that there's a confirmation coming in that the next venue is Simla and possibly not Patna, or maybe even what Mamata Banerjee suggested at one point of time, Kolkata. Is there a climb down? Is there a consensus reached by political parties averse to the Congress like TMC and Aam Aadmi Party, which will say, okay, we'll come to Shimla? Has there been some understanding on that ground?
Priti, I remember the saying that there are no free lunches. So it's very important the political parties get on the table. And this time round, Rajdeep is joining us, and we can check. We can ask Rajdeep also that question. Rajdeep, is there a as far as the Congress party is concerned? There's going to be a next meeting is slotted in Shimla. That's what Preeti is asking.
That's right. I think it's significant. I've just checked that the retreat, they're calling it a retreat, will be held in Shimla sometime in the month of August, when summer is at its sort of peak in a way, straight after the parliament session. What they're planning is after the parliament session, retreat that the Congress party will organize. There's also talk of a committee being set up. Who those members will be is not clear, but a committee of senior members who will be tasked with specifically talking to different parties, like who talks to a Naveen Patnaik, who talks to a Jagan Reddy. A senior leader was at the meeting, said we are not ruling out the possibility that even others who didn't attend today's meeting, the likes of JDS, who apparently is in conversation with BJP, we can reach out to them as well. So I think at the moment the effort is to keep the conversation going. It's not as if there's been a major breakthrough, but you're absolutely right, Maushmi. The very fact that the next meeting will be held in a Congress-ruled state is a sign that the Congress at least is also investing in the idea of building up this grand alliance. So,
Maushmi, that's my question. If you can also take it to Rajdeep. It's interesting because there seems to be a climb down where the Congress is concerned, Maushmi. So, will the likes of the Aam Aadmi Party, which threatened a walkout, the likes of Mamata Banerjee, which have made it very clear that doesn't want the Congress coming into West Bengal where Lok Sabha is concerned, and of course the ties with the left where the Congress is concerned, she's constantly questioned it. Will these two parties, have they agreed to come to Shimla as well?
Right, so Preeti is asking whether the TMC and the left have agreed to come to Shimla. The fact
Not
is
left,
that
the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's a tie which is, they're both pitched opposite each other. Absolutely. And also the Aam Aadmi.
Absolutely, and the thing significantly, Maushmi, is that in the next few weeks we've got a Panchayat poll where you've got, the TMC, left, Congress fighting each other. So I think there are practical difficulties, but that together this grand alliance just yet, I think it's premature. A lot of challenges still lie ahead. As you can see, Lalu Prasad is the first with Sharad Pawar, and these are the two I call the pragmatists. Lalu and Mr. Pawar are seen as the pragmatists who want this alliance at all costs. In fact, Lalu had an important role, Maushmi, I'm told, in also convincing Rahul Gandhi that he must be here at this meeting. So it's interesting, Lalu, who's not kept very well, is here. And I think he and Sharad Pawar...
He's seated right in the center.
That's right. And he and Sharad Pawar are from two states where, seemingly impossible alliances have been crafted once again.
And there, Mr. Raja is giving a victory sign. Not yet. It's too early, right? He's giving a thumbs-up sign.
Look, Mr. Raja and the left have very little at stake. So I don't think his victory sign is going to make any difference. But the very fact that all these leaders are coming together in Patna in the manner that they have, I think will be seen by them as a positive. But Delhi durast. Let's be very honest. There's a long way to go for this alliance to fructify into something major.
There's a long way to go. And the fact that Lalu and Mamata share a very great rapport. We saw it yesterday when she went and met him. Right there, she just walks in.
This is the closest that I think you'll see Mamata and Sitaram Yechuri. Virtually 10 feet from each other. And, the very fact that you have them across a table suggests how much politics has changed.
And who's going to sit next to Akhilesh Yadav? Is it going to be Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep?
As you can see, you've got, it's interesting that... It's interesting that you've got Mr. Lalu Prasad in the center.
Right, so Lalu Prasad is in the center.
And Lalu Prasad Yadav is in the center, while his son Tejasvi, Deputy Chief Minister, is with Akhilesh at one side. And Mallikarjun Kharge is next to Nitish Kumar, and then Rahul Gandhi next to him. I don't think we can read too much into that, but the very fact that all the leaders, they made it a point to say the press conference will be addressed by leaders, not by spokespersons.
Importantly, and here you can see that the chair next to Akhilesh Yadav, Preeti, is still empty. There's nobody sitting right there. Mallikarjun Kharge right there in the center, along with Nitish Kumar and Lalu Yadav. And very interesting, Uddhav Thackeray is right there. Mehbooba Mufti also seated. And we're waiting, I think somebody has to come between Akhilesh Yadav
My bet is it's going to be Arvind Kejriwal, Maushmi.
Go on, your question. You're absolutely right, because that's the only chair vacant, and Kejriwal takes the longest time when it's usually the chief guest who comes in the latest, but too much, not to read too much into the lines, but I think everybody is waiting for Mr. Kejriwal to come in.
Is it
Mr.
because
Yechuri is
Mashmi,
talking to
is
Nitish
there
Kumar.
still
Rahul Gandhi is curiously looking on, yes.
No, Mashmi, the question is the absence of Arvind Kejriwal. Is the Aam Aadmi Party still hedging? Because going to Shimla would mean, because they've already postured that they will walk out of this meeting if there is no consensus by the Congress on support of the ordinance in Rajya Sabha. Because no members of the Aam Aadmi Party is there. I don't see Sanjay Singh, I don't see...
They are still...
Yes, go ahead.
Of course, they would. When Arvind comes, they will come in. But I don't know yet that he is coming in or not coming in. His chair is vacant, and Yechuri is trying to talk to Rahul Gandhi. Nitish comes closer to the mic. So here you are. Arvind Kejriwal, as you rightly said, is not yet here. Rahul Gandhi looks back, speaking to KC Venugopal. D. Raja is trying to say something. Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi are sitting next to each other with one chair vacant, and that's for Arvind Kejriwal. Very interesting. And Akhilesh Yadav and Tejasvi also murmur something. Kharge and Rahul murmur something. Nitish Kumar is still looking up. I think they're still waiting. The officers have been told to check, and I see that some from Rahul's office also get up and check. Is Nitish Kumar checking the audio? Is he going to start without Kejriwal? Is Kejriwal has actually... So here Nitish Kumar starts. Let's hear the press conference and then we'll try and find out what's happened.
और सब लोगों ने काफ़ी देर तक अपनी बात इन्होंने रखी और अनेक पार्टियां थी। जैसे आप समझ लीजिए कि यहाँ पर तो मौजूद ही हैं माननीय राहुल गांधी जी भी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी भी, और इनके अलावा और लोग भी आए थे। और फिर जो यहाँ पर दूसरी ममता बनर्जी जी यहाँ पर मौजूद ही हैं, ये रही। शरद पवार जी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, ये भी। और मीटिंग में अरविंद केजरीवाल भी रहे, सब लोग मीटिंग में रहे, और उनके साथ आए हुए थे भगवंत मान पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री, वो सब भी रहे। और फिर वो श्रीमती महुआ मुफ्ती जी जो जम्मू कश्मीर की मुख्यमंत्री रही हैं, वो भी रहीं। और श्री उमर अब्दुल्ला जम्मू कश्मीर के और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, वो भी रहे। और फिर उद्धव जी ठाकरे माननीय पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र, वो मौजूद रहे। और बाकी जो सब लोग हैं, सीपीआई वाले श्री डी राजा जी, सीपीएम वाले श्री सीताराम येचुरी जी, और माले के श्री दीपांकर भट्टाचार्य जी, ये सब और अनेक लोग यहाँ पर इस मीटिंग में मौजूद रहे। और इसके अलावे हेमंत सोरेन जी जो झारखंड के मुख्यमंत्री, और तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री एमके स्टालिन जी, और डीएमके के और भी उनके साथ आए थे डी आर बालू जी, और ये अखिलेश यादव पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ मौजूद ही हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के। और इसके अलावे अन्य लोग सब मौजूद रहे यहाँ, उनके साथ और लोग भी आए हुए थे। और हम लोग तो दो यहाँ के तो थे ही, और हाँ, अन्य सीपीएम सीपीआई माले सब लोग का तो नाम बता ही दिए हैं। ये सब लोग रहे और सब अनेक पार्टियों के लोग रहे, सब लोगों की बात आई और काफ़ी अच्छी मुलाकात हुई है और एक साथ चलने की सहमति हुई है। और उसके बाद अगली मीटिंग कुछ ही दिनों के बाद सब पार्टियों की एक और की जाएगी, ताकि उसमें आगे का जो कुछ भी होता है, जो एक साथ तो चुनाव लड़ने के बारे में आज एक सहमति हो ही गई है और सब तरह का सहमति हुआ है, लेकिन एक मीटिंग इसके बाद होगी और वो यही करेंगे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी करेंगे, उसके बारे में इन्होंने बता दिया है डेट, और वो बताएंगे। अभी हम लोगों ने ही कहा कि जल्दी करना है, तो ये लोग अगले महीने जल्दी से जल्दी करेंगे, एक मीटिंग हो जाएगा। तो वो तो एकदम समझिए कि वो अंतिम रूप ले लेगा, कौन कहाँ लड़ेंगे, क्या है, सब चीज़ के बारे में सब हो जाएगा। तो सहमति थी, ये हो गया है, और बहुत अच्छे ढंग से, और सब लोगों ने माना है कि हम लोग मिल कर के चलेंगे, और देश के हित में है। अभी जो भी शासन में है वो देश के हित में काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, और सारे इतिहास को बदल रहे हैं, आज़ादी की लड़ाई को भी भुलवा देंगे। तो एक एक चीज़ जो काम हो रहा है उस सबको लेकर के सबकी चिंता है, इसलिए सब लोग एकजुट रहेंगे। तो आज बहुत अच्छे ढंग से बातचीत हो गई है, और हर चीज़ के बारे में, कोई भी किसी राज्य के बारे में भी, वहाँ की सरकार के बारे में कोई एक चुनौती आती है तो सब लोग एक साथ कहे कि नहीं साहब सब लोग रहेंगे। तो ये सब बात हो गई है। तो इसलिए हम तो सब लोगों का अभिनंदन करते हैं, सब लोगों को धन्यवाद देते हैं। चूँकि हम लोगों ने बैठक बुलाई इसलिए हम शुरुआती तौर पर कह दिए, आप बाकी कहेंगे, अब बाकी सब आप पूछिए, सब लोग ही खुद भी कहेंगे। तो हम तो कहेंगे कि जरा सा राहुल गांधी जी से कि थोड़ा आप भी बोल दीजिए, और सब लोग से बोलिए थोड़ा। हाँ, आप ही बोलिए ना, अच्छा रहेगा, आप ही बोलिए ना।
अच्छा ठीक है। नीतीश जी, लालू जी, शरद पवार जी, ममता जी, राहुल गांधी जी और हेमंत सोरेन जी और हमारे अखिलेश भाई और तेजस्वी जी और सारे, क्षमा करना येचूरी जी, आप जरा कॉर्नर में बैठे इधर इधर आए तो अच्छा रहता। तो सभी नेतागण मिले और जो नाम उन्होंने बताया कि स्टालिन साहब से लेकर यानी कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक पूरे नाम बताए गए। उद्धव ठाकरे साहब भी यहाँ है। तो सभी नेता एक होकर हम आगे चुनाव लड़ने की एक कॉमन एजेंडा तैयार कर रहे हैं, और हम 10 या 12 तारीख को फिर हमारे इसमें हिमाचल में, हाँ शिमला में हम वहाँ फिर मिल रहे हैं। तो हाँ 12 जुलाई बोलते ना, तो खैर हाँ ये तो टेंटेटिव है, लेकिन 12 एक 2 दिन में आगे पीछे हो जाएगा, क्योंकि सभी नेताओं को कंसेंट करके फिर उसके बाद में चुनाव भी है बहुत से जगह पंचायत के और दूसरे। इसीलिए हम ये तय किया है कि वहाँ पर बैठकर एक एजेंडा बनाए और उसमें किन किन चीज़ों के ऊपर हम निर्णय ले सकते हैं और आगे किस ढंग से बढ़ना चाहिए, और हर राज्य में तो अलग अलग ढंग से हमको काम करना पड़ेगा। एक ही बात हर जगह नहीं चलती, तो उसके लिए भी हम ये करेंगे कि तय करेंगे कि तमिलनाडु में स्ट्रेटजी क्या होना चाहिए, यूपी में क्या होना, बिहार में क्या होना, कश्मीर में क्या होना, ऐसा हर जगह, महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो, ये ऐसा सभी स्ट्रेटजी करके एक निर्णय लेंगे और आगे भी फिर इस यूनिटी को बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग पूरे काम करेंगे। एक होकर, एकजुट होकर 2024 की लड़ाई हमको लड़ना है और बीजेपी को सत्ता से बाहर करने का हम एक तय किए हैं, तो उसमें हम ज़रूर कामयाब होंगे। और उसके लिए मैं नीतीश जी का, क्योंकि उन्होंने होस्ट किया आज, उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं। और सारे और बहुत से हमारे नेता, मैं अभी जैसा बोला कि स्टालिन वहाँ से आते तमिलनाडु से, तो उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब और महबूबा मुफ्ती साहब उन्हों कश्मीर से आते, तो सारा देश इसमें जुड़ा है। जहाँ जहाँ राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा किए हैं वो पूरे लोग आए हैं नेता वहाँ से। तो ये तो ये पूरा हम आगे करने का इरादा है। मैं ज़्यादा कुछ और नहीं कहता, जो कुछ कहना है उन्होंने कहा है, और आगे राहुल गांधी जी कुछ बात करेंगे।
बाद में पूछिएगा, सब बोल देंगे, इसके बाद बोल
बाद में सब समर्थ है उत्तर देने को।
सब पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता यहाँ जो आए हैं, उन सबका स्वागत, आप सबका स्वागत। नीतीश जी ने आज लंच में हमें बिहार की मतलब सब डिशेस खिला दी, लिट्टी चोखा, उनका स्पेशल गुलाब जामुन, तो उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देखिए, जैसे आप जानते हैं, हिंदुस्तान की नींव पर आक्रमण हो रहा है, फाउंडेशन पर, इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर, आवाज़ पर बीजेपी और आरएसएस आक्रमण कर रही है। मैंने मीटिंग में भी कहा, ये विचारधारा की लड़ाई है और इसमें हम सब एक साथ खड़े हैं।
ये बोलेंगे आप,
हम में ज़रूर थोड़ी थोड़ी डिफरेंसेस होंगी, मगर हमने ये निर्णय लिया है कि हम एक साथ काम करेंगे, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ काम करेंगे, और जो हमारी विचारधारा है जिसको हम शेयर करते हैं उसकी हम रक्षा करेंगे। जैसे खारगे जी ने कहा, नीतीश जी ने कहा, कुछ ही समय में अगली मीटिंग होगी और ये जो आज हमने बातचीत की उसको हम थोड़ा और गहराई में ले जाएंगे। मगर ये एक प्रोसेस है, ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी की एक प्रोसेस है और ये बहुत गहरी तरीके से आगे बढ़ने जा रही है। आप सबका धन्यवाद।
ठीक है, बोलिए ममता जी, बात तुरंत एक ही। अरे कुछ लोगों को प्लेन उनका तुरंत जाने वाला था, तक कुछ लोग चले गए कह के, लेकिन जितने लोग बचे हुए जिनको अभी तुरंत जाना है, नहीं पहले सब लोग बोल दें जो भी हैं और उसके बाद तो समय ज्यादा न लगा इसके चलते।
आज पटना में जो हमारा 17 पार्टी का मीटिंग हुआ है, बहुत सारे चीफ मिनिस्टर भी ये मीटिंग में आई हुई है, एक चीफ मिनिस्टर भी आई हुई है। बहुत अच्छा तरीका से मीटिंग ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। सारोद जी का माफिक सीनियर लीडर भी आए, लालू जी बहुत दिन बाद पॉलिटिकल मीटिंग में उतरे, नीतीश जी मीटिंग कन्वीन किया है हम लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट करने के बाद, उसको बाद पहले मिला, राहुल जी आया, खड़गे जी आया, अखिलेश भाई आया, तेजस्वी है, हमारा हेमंत सोरेन जी है, दीपंकर भट्टाचार्य है, उमर है, महबूबा जी है, राजा है, सीताराम जी है, उद्धव ठाकरे है, शरद पवार जी है और सारे बहुत सारे लीडर है। एक चीज हुआ, पटना में मीटिंग मैंने बोला था इसी के लिए नीतीश जी को कि पटना से जो शुरू होता है उसका एक जन आंदोलन रूप होता है और बहुत सारे आंदोलन पटना से शुरू हुआ। पहले आप लोगों को मालूम है, हम कहने नहीं चाहती हूँ, इसी के लिए मैं कहा था दिल्ली में हम लोग बहुत सारे मीटिंग किया लेकिन कोई फ्रूटफुल रिजल्ट नहीं निकाला। अब पटना से शुरू करो, पटना से शुरुआत हुआ है, मीटिंग अच्छा हुआ है। 3 चीज नजदीक में है जो रिजॉल्व हुआ है। नंबर 1, वी आर यूनाइटेड, हम लोग एक है। दूसरी बात है, वी विल फाइट यूनाइटेडली, ये दूसरी बात है, हम लोग एक साथ में लड़ेंगे। तीसरी बात ये हुआ है कि हमारा लड़ाई, हमको अपोजिशन मत बोलो, हम लोग भी देश का सिटीजन है, हम लोग भी पैट्रियोटिक है, हम भी देशप्रेमिक है, हम भी भारत माता कहते हैं। मणिपुर जलने से हमारा भी आग जलते हैं। ऐसे हम लोगों ने ये तैयार किया कि बीजेपी का तानाशाही जो गवर्नमेंट, जो डिक्टेटरशिप चला रहा है, जो एट्रोसिटीज चला रहा है, एट्रोसिटीज टेरिबल, क्या नहीं किया। हम लोग जो इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट है, हम लोग को उधर में पूरा राजभवन को ऑल्टरनेटिव गवर्नमेंट बना दिया। हमारा स्टेट का मालूम नहीं है फाउंडेशन डे है, उन्होंने फाउंडेशन डे कर दिया, हम लोग को कंसल्ट भी नहीं करके। जो मर्जी करते हैं, जो अगर कोई कुछ बोलते हैं तो उसको खिलाफ में ईडी लगा देता है, सीबीआई लगा देता है। मीडिया को तो पूरा कंट्रोल किया है। और क्या चालाकी करते हैं, चुपे रुस्तम का माफिक बहुत सारे लॉयर को कोर्ट में भेजकर कोई ना कोई केस कर कर हम लोग को खिलाफ में कोई ना कोई सीबीआई होता है, नहीं तो ईडी होता है, नहीं तो पंचायत भी सीबीआई में होगा। ऐसा होता है जो नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन बेरोजगारी के बारे में चिंता नहीं करते हैं, आम जनता के लिए चिंता नहीं करते हैं, इकोनॉमी इज टोटली डिस्ट्रॉयड इसका बारे में चिंता नहीं करते हैं, महिला को इज्जत लुटता है चिंता नहीं करते हैं, दलितों को खिलाफ में है चिंता नहीं करते हैं, 100 दिन का रुपया नहीं देता है, गांव का रास्ता का रुपया नहीं देता है, आवास योजना का रुपया नहीं देता है, यूनिवर्सिटी में मर्जी का माफिक बीसी रिक्रूट करते हैं, क्या नहीं किया है। इसके लिए जितना भी तानाशाही बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट कानून ले आएंगे, जो काला कानून, हम लोगों ने एक साथ में मिलके वो काला कानून का खिलाफ में हम लोग लड़ाई करेंगे। हमको खून बहेगा बहने दो, लेकिन हम देश को, जनता को रक्षा करेगा, नहीं तो इंडिया नहीं रहेगा। अगर ये चुनाव में फिर वो लोग आ जाए तानाशाही गवर्नमेंट, तो नेक्स्ट देश में चुनाव ही नहीं होगा, ऐसा लोगों को कहना है। इसी के लिए हम लोगों ने 3 चीज पे जोर दिया है। एक, वी आर यूनाइटेड, 2, वी विल फाइट टुगेदर, 3, नेक्स्ट मीटिंग शिमला में होगा, 4, जो भी पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा बीजेपी ले आएगा, हम लोग एक साथ में एक कट्टर लड़ाई करेंगे। बस, थैंक यू सो मच, यू आर सो नाइस। आप लोगों ने हम लोगों को कोई डिस्टर्बेंस नहीं किया और आप लोगों ने पूरा मदद दिया। मैं तो इधर में बहुत इंटरनेशनल प्रेस भी है और लोकल प्रेस भी है, रीजनल प्रेस भी है, हॉट स्टेट का प्रेस भी है कि आज का मीटिंग बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मीटिंग है। आई थिंक द हिस्ट्री स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम हियर। बीजेपी वांट्स द हिस्ट्री शुड बी चेंज एंड वी वांट हिस्ट्री शुड बी सेव्ड फ्रॉम बिहार। थैंक यू।
आदरणीय शरद पवार जी।
कई हमारे साथियों ने इस मीटिंग में क्या हुआ और किस पर ध्यान दे दिया, ये तो बात आप लोगों को बताइए। आज देश में दिन ब दिन एक समस्या हम देख रहे हैं। जहाँ नॉन कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट है, वहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी हो, RSS हो या RSS हो या स्थिति एक सांप्रदायिक स्थिति पैदा करने की साजिश जगह जगह पर हो रही है और जिससे समाज की एकता हो स्रोत ये कार्यक्रम आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनके साथियों का है। और इससे सामना करना हो तो मिलकर सामना करना चाहिए। बाकी कुछ ना कुछ मतभेद के हो सकते हैं, मगर लार्जर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए बाकी कोई भी आपस की समस्या हो वो नज़रअंदाज छोड़कर हमने आगे जाने का तय किया है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि पटना की जो शुरुआत है वो देश में बदलाव लाने की शुरुआत होती है। मुझे याद है जयप्रकाश जी के नेतृत्व पर एक संदेशा यहाँ से दिया था और पूरे देश में एक अलग माहौल पैदा हो गया। कई आंदोलन यहाँ से देश में शुरू हो गई और देश के इतिहास में इसका स्वीकार किया गया। और आज की स्थिति में जो नीतीश जी ने मीटिंग बुलाई और सब साथी यहाँ आ गए, इनमें से जो बातें हो गई, जो तय करने का इस पर हमने बहस किया, इसका आखिरी शेर शिमला की मीटिंग में हो जाएगा। और यहाँ जो मिलकर काम करने का तय किया है, इससे हमारा एक नया रास्ता दिखाने का काम शुरू हुआ है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है देश की जनता उसका समर्थन करेगी।
सबसे पहले तो आज हम सब लोगों का यहाँ जमा होना मेरे ख्याल में नीतीश कुमार जी के लिए सबसे बड़ी कामयाबी है। हम तो जम्मू कश्मीर से आए हैं, मैं और उमर साहब, और जो मुल्क के अंदर हो रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारी डेमोक्रेसी, हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, हमारे सेकुलरिज्म पे अटैक हो रहा है, उसकी लेबॉर्ट्री हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर बन चुका है। शुरुआत हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर से हुई और अब पूरे मुल्क में वही हो रहा है जो हमारे साथ हुआ। मगर हम इस आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया जो है, जिस गांधी के मुल्क, जिस जवाहरलाल नेहरू के मुल्क के साथ हमने हाथ मिलाया है जम्मू कश्मीर में, वो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है, वो जहाँ गंगा जमुना तहजीब है। तो आज जब हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह मुल्क के अंदर लोगों के साथ जो व्यवहार किया जा रहा है, ख़ासकर जो माइनॉरिटीज़ है, जिस तरह डेमोक्रेसी को अंडरमाइन किया जा रहा है, तो उसके लिए हम सब इकट्ठे हो गए। और हमारे पास तो ज़्यादा ताकत नहीं है, जम्मू कश्मीर में 5-6 सीटें हैं, पर हम समझते हैं कि आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का जितना सपोर्टरी और वोटरी जम्मू कश्मीर है, शायद कोई ऐसा नहीं होगा। तो हमारी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि हम गांधी के मुल्क को गोडसे का मुल्क बनने नहीं देंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
पहले तो मैं नीतीश जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आप देख रहे हो कि पूरे देश के प्रमुख नेता, पार्टी के प्रमुख नेता यहाँ आए हुए हैं। कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक सारे इकट्ठा हुए हैं और सब ये भी जानते हैं कि हम अलग अलग पार्टी के नेता हैं। स्वाभाविक है, हमारी विचारधारा अलग है, कुछ मतलब भिन्नता हो भी सकती है, लेकिन देश एक है और इस देश को बचाने के लिए, देश की एकता अखंडता कायम रखने के लिए हम एक साथ आए हैं। और इसके आगे जब भी जो भी हमारे देश के प्रजातंत्र पर आघात करेगा, उसका हम सब मिलकर विरोध करेंगे। और जैसे ममता दीदी ने कहा, हमेशा यह कहा जाता है कि विपक्ष की एकता होगी कि नहीं होगी। मैं तो हमें अपने आप को विपक्ष तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ। हाँ, विपक्ष जरूर जो भी देशद्रोही है और जो भी देश में तानाशाही लाना चाहते हैं, उसके विरोध में हम रहेंगे, जरूर रहेंगे। और आज से शुरुआत हुई है, मुझे पक्का भरोसा है जब शुरुआत अच्छी होती है तो आगे सब कुछ अच्छा होता है। बाकी बातें तो बहुत दिन है, बीच में हम तो मिलते रहेंगे और आपके साथ बात भी करते रहेंगे।
Thank you. Friends, friends, leaders of 17 political parties across the country have met today. We discussed the current political situation in the country. We are of the view that the BJP rule for the past 9 years has become disastrous and detrimental to our constitution, democracy and secular fabric of our society. When people of our country are passing through great ordeals and sufferings. What is emerging is communal corporate nexus. The government headed by Ms. Modi has been shamelessly taking the side of big business houses, corporate houses, and people suffer. And in the process, they dismantle all the basic values of our constitution, and they snatch away the powers of state governments, and the federal system of governance is under attack. In such a situation, the republic has to be reclaimed before it is lost. And in order to save the republic, reclaim the republic, we have all agreed and we are of the strong view that BJP has to be defeated in the forthcoming elections. BJP will have to be removed from power in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. That is the only way to save the nation, save the constitution, save the democracy, save the secular fabric of our society. This is what we have all agreed, and we will work together, and we will move together, we will fight together.
उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब. उमर अब्दुल्ला नहीं बोलिए. फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर.
की कामयाबी जनाब नीतीश कुमार को उसका श्रेय जाता है. इतने लोगों को इस तरह इकट्ठे करना कोई मामूली बात नहीं है, और मैं जानता हूं कि आप में से कईयों के लिए खबर ये नहीं होगी कि हम कितने पार्टियों के नुमाइंदे यहाँ बैठे हैं. शायद आप में से कुछ खबर इस चीज़ की बनाना पसंद करेंगे कि यहाँ पे कौन नहीं है. मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कौन नहीं है वो ज़्यादा महत्व रखती है, बजाय ये कि कौन कौन यहाँ पे हैं. और बिल्कुल सही कहा, जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक मुख्तलिफ सियासी पार्टियों ने इस मीटिंग में हिस्सा लिया. मकसद हमारा ताकत हासिल करना नहीं है, इक़्तिदार हमारी मंजिल नहीं है. सत्ता की ये लड़ाई जो है ये नहीं लड़ी जा रही है. ये असूलों की लड़ाई है, ये विचारधारा की लड़ाई है, ये सोच की लड़ाई है, ये इरादों की लड़ाई है, ये मुल्क के आईन को बचाने की लड़ाई है.
Some of the leaders are leaving. There's no Arvind Kejriwal there. Mamta Banerjee leaving. She's just said her byes. While Omar Abdullah is speaking, who's gone ahead. Listen it.
इक़्तिदार की लड़ाई मत समझिए. हम मिल चुके हैं इस देश को बर्बादी से बचाने के लिए, इस देश को इस मुसीबत से निकालने के लिए, और सही मायने में इस देश में जमहूरियत को दोबारा जिंदा करने के लिए, डेमोक्रेसी को जिंदा करने के लिए. मैं और महबूबा मुफ्ती साहिबा इस मुल्क के एक ऐसे बदनसीब इलाके से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं जहां जमहूरियत का दिन दहाड़े कत्ल किया जा रहा है. बड़ा अच्छा लगा कल अमेरिका में वज़ीर आज़म साहब को जमहूरियत की बात करते हुए वाइट हाउस में, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ फिर अफसोस होता है कि ये जमहूरियत जम्मू कश्मीर तक क्यों नहीं पहुंचती. आखिरकार क्या वजह है कि 5 साल हो गए जम्मू कश्मीर में प्रेसिडेंट्स रूल के होते हुए. इससे पहले इतना लंबा अरसा सेंट्रल रूल का 1990s में रहा, जबकि हालात बहुत ही ज़्यादा ख़राब थे। मैं तहे दिल शुक्रगुजार हूँ अपने तमाम यहाँ पे जो सियासी साथियाँ हैं, इनका एक आवाज़ में इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ अपनी आवाज़ मिलाई। एक आवाज़ में इन्होंने कहा कि हमें अपना जमहूरी हक जो है वो मिलना चाहिए, जम्मू कश्मीर को दोबारा एक रियासत का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए और जम्मू कश्मीर में जल्द से जल्द फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन हो जाने चाहिए ताकि लोग अपने मुस्तकबिल का खुद मालिक बने। इस तरह की मीटिंगें चलती रहें ताकि आने वाला जो सबसे पहले जो मैंने कहा सेमीफाइनल जो 4 अहम रियासतों में इलेक्शन होने जा रहे हैं, तेलंगाना, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान, उसके साथ साथ शायद मिज़ोरम में भी इलेक्शन है, तो उसकी तैयारी करते हुए ये पहला कदम है। अगली मीटिंग में भी हम इसी तरह और महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लेने का जो है हम उम्मीद रखते हैं। मैं एक बार फिर नीतीश कुमार जी आपका तहे दिल शुक्रिया करता हूँ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। चलिए सीताराम येचुरी जी। बहुत शुक्रिया नीतीश जी।
अब जी आपने सुना सभी को, तो मैं दोहराना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी मुख्य बात जिस वजह से 15 पार्टी आज इकट्ठा हुए हैं यहाँ पे, वो ये है कि हिफाजत करनी है आज हमारी देश का और अपने मुल्क का चरित्र। हमारा चरित्र है एक धर्मनिरपेक्ष जनतंत्र का गणराज, ए सेक्युलर डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक। आज इस गणराज को इनका रूप बदलना चाहते हैं, इसकी चरित्र बदलना चाहते हैं भाजपा की ये सरकार के चलते हुए कि ये एक फासीवादी हिंदुत्व राष्ट्र के रूप में इसको जो है बदलने की पूरी कोशिश है। जो हम समझते हैं कि हमारी पूरी इतिहास राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन की, हमारी आज़ादी की, सबको मिटाकर इस तरीके की व्यवस्था ले आना चाहते हैं जिसके चलते हुए पूरे संविधान के स्तंभों के ऊपर हमला हो रहा है। आपको धर्मनिरपेक्षता के ऊपर, जनतंत्र के ऊपर, आर्थिक स्वाभिमान के ऊपर, सामाजिक न्याय के ऊपर और फेडरलिज्म संघवाद के ऊपर, इसको बचाना है और इसको बचाव के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा हुए हैं। आने वाले दिनों में राजनीतिक कार्यक्रम होंगे, सामूहिक तरीके से हम चलाएंगे। अब कई सारे जन आंदोलन भी होंगे जो जनता की समस्याओं के ऊपर, जैसे बेरोजगारी, महंगाई और ये बढ़ती हुई बिगड़ती हुई जो व्यवस्था है हमारे देश के नौजवानों की, ऐसे सवालों पर, और राज्यों में ठोस रूप से बातचीत होगी कि किस तरीके से चुनावी तालमेल हो ताकि हम सबसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटों का बंटवारा का फायदा भाजपा को और सांप्रदायिक ताकतों को ना मिले। ये है मुख्य मकसद जिसके लिए हम सब इकट्ठा है और आगे को मिलते रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
बोलिए माले। नहीं उनको बोलने, इसका दोनों बोल रहे हैं तुरंत। एक मिनट उनको पहले संक्षेप में बोलिए, बहुत लोगों को जाना है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
एक तो चली
बिल्कुल
तो जल्दी।
तो सबसे पहले तो नीतीश जी को इस मीटिंग के लिए मुबारकबाद, धन्यवाद। नीतीश जी की मेज़बानी तो ऐसी थी कि मुझे भी उन्होंने मेहमान बना दिया इस बार, और पहली बार ऑफिशियली हमको एयरपोर्ट में रिसीव किया गया पटना में। मेरे लिए बड़ा सुखद आश्चर्य की बात थी। तो जो मीटिंग थी, इस मीटिंग में हमें लगता है कि एक अच्छी शुरुआत हुई है और हम सब ने ये तय किया, एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि हमारा साझा संकल्प है कि आज हम जिस मोड़ पर है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उसका नया नाम मिलना चाहिए भारतीय सत्ता पार्टी। सत्ता छोड़ करके और कुछ नहीं समझती है। मणिपुर जल रहा है 50 दिन से, उसका कुछ नहीं आता जाता है, उसकी अपनी सरकार है, डबल इंजन की वहाँ सरकार है। तो जब सत्ता के अहंकार से, अत्याचार से पूरा मुल्क परेशान है, वैसे में देश, जनता, संविधान और लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए तो हमें लगता है कि साझा संकल्प हमारा है। और शायद जब ममता जी कह रही थी कि पटना से हो, शुरुआत हो तो सफलता तक पहुंचे, तो शायद कहने का मतलब ये था कि बिहार सबसे ज्यादा आंदोलनों का प्रदेश है। तो आने वाला चुनाव
बिल्कुल अपने आप एक आंदोलन बन जाए, देश में जन आंदोलन बन जाए, देश को बचाने के लिए हम लोग पूरी तरह इसकी कोशिश करेंगे और ये प्रक्रिया आगे बढ़ेगी और जरूर सफलता की मंजिल तक पहुंचेगी। शुक्रिया।
चलिए, हेमंत सोरेन जी, झारखंड के मुख्यमंत्री, कुछ बोल दीजिए, बोलना दीजिए भाई।
पत्रकार मित्रों, आज पूरे देश भर से यहाँ पर जिन नेताओं को आप देख रहे हैं वो नेता कोई परिचय के मोहताज नहीं है। कुल मिला के कहा जाए कि वर्तमान देश के हालात को लेकर आप इस लोकतंत्र के चौथे स्तंभ के रूप में तो हैं, आप भी चर्चा करते हैं, तो वैसे चर्चा हम भी करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं आज इस लोकतंत्र में कुछ चीजों पर बहुत तेजी से प्रहार दिखाई दे रहा है। आप सब लोग और आज कई संस्था व्यवस्था होने के बावजूद भी आज आम लोगों के अंदर, किसान, मजदूर, पढ़े लिखे बेरोजगार नौजवानों के अंदर क्या मनस्थिति बन रही है वो आपको पता है। इस देश की जो दुनिया में एक छवि रही है, अनेकता में एकता, जिसका लोहा आज से नहीं सदियों से दुनिया ने माना, वो अनेकता में एकता में भी दरारें पड़ने लगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ उसको दुरुस्त करने का, उसको रिपेयर करने का काम तो करेगा ही करेगा। आज अलग अलग विचारधारा के भी लोग यहाँ हैं। कई चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज वर्तमान परिस्थिति को यहाँ आम लोगों के सहूलियत के हिसाब से कैसे स्थापित हो। बाबा भीमराव अंबेडकर जी, यहाँ के आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़ा, अल्पसंख्यक जो सदियों से जिनके साथ शोषण होता रहा है, उनको कैसे संरक्षण मिले, इस विषय को लेकर के एक पहली बैठक आदरणीय नीतीश जी ने आज बड़ी मशक्कत के बाद सब लोगों को एक सूत्र में बांधने का प्रयास किया है। मैं इसके लिए इनको बहुत बहुत कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये एक कहा जाए कि ये एक पहली झलक है। ये एक जो नई जो एक समूह को आप देख रहे हैं, इसमें हो सकता है भविष्य में, जैसे दीपांकर जी ने, उमर भाई ने भी कहा, कुछ लोग आपको लगे कि आपकी खबर में कौन नहीं आए, वो आपकी प्रमुखता होगी। तो मैं समझता हूँ हो सकता है कि उससे कहीं आपको ज्यादा आश्चर्य हो कि ऐसे भी लोग यहाँ पर हैं। ये भी प्रयास होगा। ये शुरुआत तो कहीं ना कहीं करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन आज जो शुरुआत हुई है निश्चित रूप से ये एक देश के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा, मेरा ये मानना है। और एक ईमानदार और एक संकल्पित सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ा जाए तो हर मंजिल पाया जा सकता है, हर लड़ाई जीती जा सकती है। तो आज जो हमारा देश का एक चेहरा था, उस चेहरे को फिर से स्थापित करने का और मजबूती प्रदान करने का एक संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करने का ये पहला कदम है। अगले कार्यक्रम के बारे में हमारे सीनियर्स आदरणीय खड़गे जी ने और भी लोगों ने बातें कही हैं और समय समय पर इन सब चीज़ों की आपके साथ हम बातों को शेयर करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
अखिलेश यादव।
मैं सबसे पहले आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी का, आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करूंगा। आज पटना और बिहार नए राजनीतिक नव जागरण का गाभा बन रहा है। आज केवल दल यहाँ नहीं बल्कि देश के लोग, देश के नेता मिल रहे हैं। पटना का संदेश यही है आज के कार्यक्रम का कि हम सब लोग मिलकर के काम करेंगे, मिलकर के और देश को बचाने का, देश की जनता को और देश कैसे आगे बढ़े उस दिशा में लगातार हम लोग मिलकर के काम करेंगे। यही संदेश है। मैं सभी लीडर्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूँ।
ठीक है, लालू प्रसाद जी बोलेंगे।
सभी साथीगण, बहुत दिन के बाद आप लोगों से इलाज के बाद बात हो रही है, प्रेस को संबोधित कर रहे हैं। अब पूरी तरह से फिट हो गए हैं। अब बढ़िया से फिट कर देना है नरेंद्र मोदी को, भाजपा को। और आज जो बैठक हुई देश भर के नेताओं का, बहुत खोल करके सभी लोगों ने अपने इरादा को रखा है और ये तय हुआ है कि शिमला में अगली बैठक होगी, उसमें हम लोग आगे के और कार्यक्रम किस तरह से क्या हो वो हम लोग तय करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे। एक होकर के लड़ना है। देश की जनता बोलते थे कि भाई वोट है आप लोगों का, लेकिन आप लोग मिलते नहीं, एकजुट आप लोग नहीं होते हैं, वोट बढ़ जाता है और भाजपा आरएसएस जीत जाता है। अब ये नरेंद्र मोदी देश के नेता नहीं है, प्रदेश में घूम करके चंदन का लकड़ी बांट रहे हैं। अमेरिका में जाके जो अमेरिका यूरोपीय देश नरेंद्र मोदी को, अमित शाह को मना कर दिया था, उस समय जो गुजरात में घटना घटी थी और यूरोपीय लोगों को भी मना कर दिया था कि कोई मत जाना, भारत में मत जाना, कोई आदमी, कोई टूरिस्ट नहीं जाना। बाद में पता नहीं कैसे ये लोग भूल गए और ये जाने लगे। देश टूट के कगार पर खड़ा है। हम तो भिंडी खरीदने नहीं जाते हैं, भिंडी सब्जी मालूम हुआ कि 60 रुपया किलो हो गया भिंडी। आप पत्रकार लोग खरीदते होंगे, आपको आटा दाल का, चावल का भाव मालूम होगा कि क्या हालत है। बेरोजगारी के हताशा बढ़ा है और कोई इस देश में हिंदू मुस्लिम का नारा दे करके लड़ाई लड़के हनुमान जी का नाम लेके चुनाव में जय हनुमान जी करके ये लोग चुनाव लड़ता है। इस बार कर्नाटक में हनुमान जी, महावीर जी नाराज हो गए, ऐसा मारे हैं गद्दा पीठ पर कि राहुल गांधी की पार्टी जीत गई। काफ़ी इनका पार्टी जीता। हनुमान जी अब हम लोग के साथ हो गए और हम लोग इकट्ठा सब कोल ढील नल नील सबको हम लोग जमा कर रहे हैं उनके फौज को, और इनको इस बात तक तय है गए ये लोग। बहुत बुरा हाल होने वाला है भाजपा का, नरेंद्र मोदी का। बताइए एकाएक फिर 2000 रुपया का नोट पता नहीं काहे बंद कर दिया भाई। 2000 का ये छोटा छोटा नोट जो है सो यही लोग रखे हुए था और इसको अब निकाल रहा है, या जो इसके लोग
1000 का खत्म करके 2000।
हाँ 1000 खत्म करके 2000 शुरू किया, फिर 2000 किया। पता नहीं कौन फेल करता है। तो हम लोग इकट्ठे हैं पूरा मजबूती के साथ। राहुल गांधी जी आए हैं। राहुल गांधी अच्छा काम इन दिनों में किए। भारत दर्शन देश भर में पैदल दर्शन कराए लोगों को, घूमे, और लोकसभा में भी जो अच्छा काम किया अदानी के मामले में।
ये जो घूम रहे तो उसके बाद अपना ही बढ़ा दिए।
हाँ तो घूमने लगे तो फिर
ये बढ़ा लिए
हैं। थोड़ा छोटा कर अब ज़्यादा नीचे मत ले जाइए। पता नहीं कि नरेंद्र मोदी का है, पूरा नहीं सिलवाता है, इसलिए नीतीश जी का भी राय है कि अब और छोटा छोटा करना चाहिए। बात तो हम लोग का सलाह माने नहीं, दिया नहीं किया, शादी कर लेना चाहिए था। और अभी भी समय गया बीता नहीं है, शादी करिए और हम लोग बाराती चलें और शादी करिए, बात मानिए। आपकी मम्मी हमको एकदम पक्का करना पड़ेगा। मम्मी आपकी बोलती थी कि आप हमारा बात नहीं मानता, शादी करवाइए आप। अच्छा
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हो गया बस।
आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
देखिए
धन्यवाद।
सर प्रशांत राहुल जी न्यूज से राहुल जी
अब हो गया।
All right, let's take you through the big news break that's just coming in. So, two leaders missing in action, one controversial, one not so controversial. M.K. Stalin is not there. He had a flight to catch. But a larger picture where the absence of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, what we're given to understand is that what really transpired behind closed doors in that meeting. Arvind Kejriwal had a one-on-one with Rahul Gandhi in front of other leaders as well. What really went down is that all right, so that's the latest news break that's coming in, the inside scoop that we are breaking right now for our viewers. A discussion on the ordinance did take place between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, in which the party president of the Congress, Kharge, supported Rahul Gandhi. However, the active player in that discussion was Rahul Gandhi, who did not commit. These are all sources from the Aam Aadmi Party, and they suggest that all other political parties, 16 of them, were in support of, or 15 of them were in support of the Aam Aadmi Party, and only the Congress was an outlier. Omar Abdullah of the NC did also make a point that no support came from AAP when Article 370 was repealed in the valley. However, for the larger good, it would be best that opposition supports AAP and let this be a lesson for the Aam Aadmi Party. Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP urged Rahul Gandhi to consider the ordinance. Importantly, what the Aam Aadmi Party sources are telling us is that Mamta Banerjee wanted the ordinance issue to be addressed in the joint statement given by opposition to the press. Rahul Gandhi said no, as they have a party process of consultation and they cannot commit on it yet. Pawar, Uddhav, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Akhilesh all spoke in favor of ordinance support. However, what the Aam Aadmi Party sources are confirming, zero commitment came from Rahul Gandhi on the issue of ordinance. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has made it very clear that they will only now share stage with the Congress or be on the same platform with the Congress if the Congress says that all of its MPs in Rajya Sabha will support the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance. And they will only then come to Shimla. Otherwise, the Aam Aadmi Party will bow out of the Mahagathbandhan. But the larger picture in viewers is also that the Aam Aadmi Party right now, with all that is going on behind the scenes, is seemingly isolated because the likes of Akhilesh, the likes of Mamta all stood on the same platform today. Akhilesh a little reticent, didn't say much, 2 lines, let it go. Mamta Banerjee made it very clear where she gave 3 clear points saying that the opposition will fight together. They need to come together in terms of the larger good of the nation. We are going to play those reactions out. How does one view the developments in Patna? There have been no major breakthrough, but for the opposition, they'll still be happy because they've moved one step forward on what had happened earlier. However, Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party, not a part of the Mahagathbandhan just yet, but the onus lies now on the Congress. If the Congress supports the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance, then the Aam Aadmi Party will join the meeting, which is tentatively right now on the 11th or the 12th of July in the coming month of July, where the second meeting, round 2 of the opposition meeting will take place in Shimla. In all of this, of course, understandably, there was Lalu Prasad there who added a bit of colour, urging Rahul Gandhi to get married, and how his mother, Sonia Gandhi, also complains to the likes of Lalu that they must convince Rahul to get married. But that's all in the sidelines. The biggest takeaway is what you see on your television screen, the picture of the united opposition, however, not so united in terms of one political party, which you see on your television screen, the Aam Aadmi Party missing. Let's listen in to all the reactions that have come in for Patna. The opposition, all in all, would be happy today because a lot of differences have been ironed out, especially where even West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee is concerned. Akhilesh Yadav, though he didn't look very happy, but what's going to go on behind the scenes, we don't know yet. But at least he was there on the stage today. Listen in to political reactions and we cut across to our guests on the other side.
काफ़ी अच्छी मुलाकात हुई है और एक साथ चलने की सहमति हुई है और उसके बाद अगली मीटिंग कुछ ही दिनों के बाद सब पार्टियों की एक और की जाएगी ताकि उसमें आगे का जो कुछ भी होता है, जो एक साथ तो चुनाव लड़ने के बारे में आज एक सहमति हो ही गई है और सब तरह का सहमति हुआ है, लेकिन एक मीटिंग इसके बाद होगी।
3 चीज नजदीक में है जो रिजॉल्व हुआ है। नंबर 1, वी आर यूनाइटेड, हम लोग एक है। दूसरी बात है, वी विल फाइट यूनाइटेडली, ये दूसरी बात है, हम लोग एक साथ में लड़ेंगे। तीसरी बात ये हुआ है कि हमारा लड़ाई, हमको अपोजिशन मत बोलो, हम लोग भी देश का सिटीजन है, हम लोग भी पैट्रियोटिक है, हम भी देशप्रेमिक है, हम भी भारत माता कहते हैं। मणिपुर जलने से हमारा भी आग जलते हैं। बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट कानून ले आएंगे, जो काला कानून, हम लोगों ने एक साथ में मिलके वो काला कानून का खिलाफ में हम लोग लड़ाई करेंगे, हमको खून बहेगा बहने दो, लेकिन हम देश को, जनता को रक्षा करेगा, नहीं तो इंडिया नहीं रहेगा। अगर ये चुनाव में फिर वो लोग आ जाए तानाशाही गवर्नमेंट, तो नेक्स्ट देश में चुनाव ही नहीं होगा।
सभी नेता एक होकर हम आगे चुनाव लड़ने की एक कॉमन एजेंडा तैयार कर रहे हैं और हम 10 या 12 तारीख को फिर हमारे इसमें हिमाचल में शिमला में हम वहाँ फिर मिल रहे हैं। एक होकर, एकजुट होकर 2024 की लड़ाई हमको लड़ना है और बीजेपी को सत्ता से बाहर करने का हम एक तय किए हैं।
हिंदुस्तान की नींव पर आक्रमण हो रहा है, फाउंडेशन पर, इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर, आवाज पर बीजेपी और आरएसएस आक्रमण कर रही है। थोड़ी थोड़ी डिफरेंसेस होंगी, मगर हमने ये निर्णय लिया है कि हम एक साथ काम करेंगे, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ काम करेंगे और जो हमारी विचारधारा है, जिसको हम शेयर करते हैं, उसकी हम रक्षा करेंगे।
Let's cut across right now. Lots of reactions coming in, especially from the Bharatiya Janata Party. My colleague Shashi Bhushan with Sushil Modi. Over to you, Shashi.
बिल्कुल, देखिए हमारे साथ बीजेपी के सांसद सुशील कुमार मोदी जी हैं और सबसे पहली प्रतिक्रिया लेते हैं सुशील जी से। सर, जो बैठक है वो खत्म हो गई, घंटों तक मशक्कत हुई, नतीजा क्या निकलता दिख रहा है? क्या बीजेपी की परेशानी वाकई बढ़ने वाली है?
देखिए, नतीजा तो यही है कि टाइम फिस हो गई बैठक, खुदा पहाड़ निकली चुईया वो भी मरी हुई। क्या निष्कर्ष निकला? शिमला में मिलेंगे, डेट भी संभावित डेट, केवल इतना ही निष्कर्ष निकला। और देखिए, जो सबसे लोग उम्मीद लगाए बैठे थे, खास करके उनके समर्थक, कि प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार तय होगा, नाम तय होगा। नीतीश कुमार के लोग उम्मीद लगाए बैठे थे कि नीतीश कुमार को कन्वीनर घोषित किया जाएगा। क्या हुआ कन्वीनर का? क्या हुआ प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार का? क्या हुआ मैनिफेस्टो कमेटी क्यों नहीं बनी? कोई किसी को कन्वीनर तक नहीं बनाया, कोऑर्डिनेशन की कोई कमेटी नहीं बैठी, कोई बनी, 1:1 लड़ने की कोई रणनीति नहीं बनी। केवल गुड्डी गुड्डी बात बोल देने से तो कुछ होता नहीं है। आखिर बंगाल के अंदर है और दिल्ली के अंदर क्या हुआ? आखिर अरविंद केजरीवाल क्यों छोड़कर चले गए प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस? अरविंद केजरीवाल क्यों नहीं रहे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस? जो दो मुख्यमंत्री अनुपस्थित थे।
All right, let's cut across immediately. I think we've lost that link there with my colleague Shashi. Cutting across to Rajdeep Sardesai, who's joining us for more, and we cut across to our guests after that. Rajdeep, net, what do you make? No Aam Aadmi Party, very clear. Congress needs to commit on ordinance where Rajya Sabha is concerned. Only then will they come in on the same platform, even if Shimla is concerned. What are your biggest takeaways of what went down today?
You know, Preeti, can there ever be an opposition meeting without some last-minute twist? And the last-minute twist was provided in a way by that AAP statement which came at the end of the meeting and I believe has caught some of the participants in the meeting by surprise, including Nitish Kumar and Rahul Gandhi, who were being shown the AAP statement even as the press conference was going on. So Arvind Kejriwal attended the meeting, didn't walk out of the meeting, but chose to boycott the press conference, thereby sending a signal that all is not well. Yes, the opposition parties, 17 of them were there sitting across a table. Yes, they come from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but already the first dent in the manner of the statement the AAP has made. So clearly AAP raising the stakes, Preeti. So that's one big takeaway, that clearly the Aam Aadmi Party is not on board at the moment, is pushing the Congress in particular. But I think significantly the fact that the Congress itself has invested enough to actually say that we will host the next meeting in Shimla is another major takeaway. It shows that the Congress is keener than one would have expected in trying to build some kind of a coalition. And I thought it was interesting to see Mamata Banerjee and Sitaram Yechuri barely 5 feet away from each other. I haven't seen them as close to each other in a long time. She even acknowledged Mr. Yechuri. So you never know. in politics, anything is possible. The same Mamata Banerjee will be tomorrow in Bengal campaigning for the Panchayat polls where the left is her opponent. So I think there are a lot of contradictions in this alliance. And the challenge really is, how are you going to paper over these contradictions ahead of the Lok Sabha polls? Delhi Dur Ast is the biggest takeaway.
You know, Rajdeep, when you talk about, yes, Arvind Kejriwal missing from it, you know, that entire chapter of the ordinance continues to play out before the second meeting takes place in Shimla. But having said that, in terms of the statements given by Mamata Banerjee, she seemed very positive because she began her statement saying that we will all fight together, we will come together for India. On the other hand, Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav, a little tepid, seemed bored.
Well, he was the last to speak, and when you have 16 speakers and you're the last to speak, Preeti, you might get a little bored. But I think the interesting aspect was, look, we were looking at 3 or 4 key figures: Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee, Sitaram Yechuri. And I think the one who's turned out to perhaps be the joker in the pack today, or turned out to be the X factor, is Mr. Kejriwal. He attends the meeting, comes with Bhagwant Mann, gives the impression that he's on board in terms of the desire for a wider alliance. But clearly he and Mr. Kharge, he and Mr. Rahul Gandhi still have a lot of work to do before they can build bridges. So I think significantly, to my mind, despite what we saw with Mamta, with Sitaram Yechuri, with Rahul Gandhi, Kejriwal is still not completely on board. And that, in a sense, reflects that from time to time, because they have such local contradictions, can the Delhi Congress get along with AAP? Can the Punjab Congress get along with AAP? The local contradictions, how will you paper over them to carve out this national alliance? It's a huge challenge, and it will really test the likes of Nitish Kumar and Sharad Pawar to keep this going. Yes, they have agreed to another date, but that's not enough.
You know, Rajiv, I'm going to let you go. We're going to join you at 7 o'clock. But one quick question before we let you go. One could only trust somebody like a Lalu Prasad Yadav to come out and make a statement in terms of chiding Rahul Gandhi on his marriage prospects or the lack of it right now. Even saying that Sonia Gandhi complains that he needs to get married.
You know, the best part of that press conference was to listen to Lalu Prasad. You know, he has been, you can like him or not. The fact is, he's been one of the most enduring figures in Indian politics. And I recall being in this very road, 1990s, when Lalu was a dominant figure in Bihar. You saw glimpses of that. You know, Lalu's ability to say, पत्रकार जानते हैं कि दाल का भाव क्या हो गया है या सब्जी का दाम क्या हो गया है. He has the ability to somehow or the other bring it down to certain basics. Yes, there was the odd humor at Rahul Gandhi, but that's, you know, and that's Lalu for you. The question is, has India moved beyond that? And I think that's what this opposition has to recognize. They are facing Narendra Modi. Mr. Modi is there in America talking technology transfers, talking about taking India into the next century. And you've got the opposition saying, we will defeat Mr. Modi at all costs. They're going to have to find an agenda beyond anti-Modism, Preeti.
All right, Rajdeep, appreciate you joining us. It's a hot day where Patna is concerned. Well, the politics also hotting up as of now. Status quo or a bit of a setback? Well, the opposition, I would reckon, would be largely happy with what has gone down today. There's another date, and that will be in Simla. However, a tentative date on that. You know, we're going to cut across to our guests, but before we do that, with what Rajdeep was also speaking of, that light-hearted moment where Lalu was concerned, witnessed right at the end of the opposition briefing, where Lalu Yadav asked Rahul Gandhi to trim his beard and get married.
बात तो हम लोग का सलाह माने नहीं, बियाह नहीं किया, शादी कर लेना चाहिए था, और अभी भी समय गया बीता नहीं है. शादी करिए और हम लोग बाराती चले और शादी करिए, बात मानिए. आपकी मम्मी हमको बोलती थी, हाँ, एकदम पक्का करना पड़ेगा. मम्मी आपकी बोलती थी कि आप हमारा बात नहीं मानता, शादी करवाइए आप.
All right, so that was a light-hearted comment by Lalu. We're going to, but a lot of big takeaways as well. And I would reckon the biggest takeaway is right now that Arvind Kejriwal really not on board. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, where there was a chair as well for Arvind Kejriwal, but he decided to leave. He attended the entire meeting, but boycotted the press conference right at the end. And a statement now which has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party, making it clear that the Aam Aadmi Party will only be on the same dais as the Congress if the Congress concedes to supporting the party when it comes down to the issue of the ordinance in Rajya Sabha in this monsoon session. However, the other big takeaways as well, the likes of Mamata Banerjee coming in, stating very clearly that they've decided that they will fight together. So there's a sense of isolation as well, where the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. But the other leaders, the other leaders were largely with what we are given to understand by our Aam Aadmi Party sources, with the Aam Aadmi Party trying to urge the Congress to climb down on its stand on the ordinance. Once again, let's connect to Rajdeep Sardesai, who's joining us from the venue of where this press conference took place. Rajdeep, interesting, what are you picking up on what really went down, the fine print of this meeting inside closed doors? Given to understand that a lot of political parties actually tried to play mediator, urging the Congress to climb down on the ordinance. Mamata Banerjee, for one, wanted the ordinance to be a part of the press note which would go out later. However, Rahul Gandhi refused, saying that the party is still consulting and they have a process to follow.
Absolutely, and that's pretty the problem. There were 11 out of at least 11 parties that openly backed Mr. Kejriwal. So a majority of the parties did back him on the ordinance issue. But Mr. Kejriwal's biggest problem lies with the Congress party at the moment. The Congress party post Karnataka Preeti appears to believe that they have the momentum, that they can take this momentum into Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, even Rajasthan, and therefore they would like to call the shots. Now, Mr. Kejriwal, on the other hand, is facing an existential crisis with the ordinance, with some of his key aides being imprisoned. So he wants the Congress to support him in his hour of need. And I don't think the Congress is willing to do that just yet. And I think that really is one of the many friction points that is the immediate friction point, but could end up being one of many such friction points in the months ahead. Because, as I said, there are a lot of regional tangles. Let's take a look at the Panchayat polls. The polls are on 9th of July. They are planning a meeting in a resort in Shimla later next month. How will Mamata Banerjee, Adhir Chowdhury of the Congress and Sitaram Yechuri play out these Panchayat polls in Bengal? So as long as local issues get entangled with this idea of a national platform, you will see what happened with the AAP happening to other parties. The fine print clearly shows that there is no consensus on issues like backing the ordinance. The Congress, I maintain, remains the elephant in the room.
Right. But, Rajdeep, going ahead from here, at least with what we saw on the stage there, do you see a certain sense of isolation also for the Aam Aadmi Party now? Because when it comes down, the Aam Aadmi Party will also need to massively climb down on the winter elections in states that it wants to make political forays in, even if it hopes to get that support where the ordinance is in question.
Well, I think the Aam Aadmi Party is ready to do that. I think at the moment, you see, look at how things have changed, Preeti. In 2022, AAP had the momentum post-Punjab. That took them into Gujarat, where they took on the Congress in a way and wanted to replace the Congress as the main opposition party. The Congress accused AAP of being the B team of the BJP. A year later, or 6 months later, in the middle of 2023, it's the Congress which has the momentum post-Karnataka, and it's the AAP which needs the Congress more now. So that's how politics plays out. But unless that's the problem for this alliance, or this so-called alliance that's building up. How can they keep aside their local differences to stitch together a wider coalition? Are they only looking at short-termism, or do they really have a long-term agenda and narrative? And if they don't have one, then I don't know how long this alliance can last.
Right. Rajdeep, do you see that meeting, which is going to be now tentatively in Shimla, because what was made clear that it's a tentative date? Do you see that take place at all? When we began this broadcast, in the middle, it seemed to suggest, okay, there's no breakdown, there's no breakthrough, which is a good thing where this motley crew type of an alliance is concerned. But do you see anything different from that now in terms of what has transpired in the last 45 minutes?
I think it has. I think the AAP has clearly set a marker, and that in a way does put pressure on the remaining allies to try and sort it out before the next meeting in Shimla. I do believe that meeting will take place. Parliament is next month. So, when the ordinance comes out in Parliament, that will be a big test. I don't think the Congress will back out from supporting the AAP on the ordinance. That's the sense I get talking to a number of the leaders, that Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha, is more than open to backing the AAP in the Rajya Sabha, but he doesn't want any preconditions. He's saying, we have come here to stitch together 2024 alliance. Let's not bring local issues as preconditions. Arvind Kejriwal is saying, look, if I don't have the trust, to win my trust, you need to take these steps now. So I think it's a question of sequencing. I do believe that by the time Shimla happens, there will be an attempt made to sort it out. The likes of Mr. Pawar and Nitish Kumar will play that role. But it's a hard grind. This is a marathon, Preeti. This is not going to be a one-day match that overnight suddenly you'll have a grand alliance being stitched. That's not happening.
At least, all right, Rajiv, we'll see you at the top of 7. If it is a marathon, which definitely it seems like, starting out on a rather hot note, the temperature soaring where Patna is concerned, but maybe Shimla will be colder climes. Having said that, Maushmi is joining us. Maushmi, give us a minute. Let's quickly cut across to Arshdeep Singh Khadial, who's been waiting for a while. Arshdeep, apologies for keeping you waiting, but the ball where Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned is in the Congress's court. Support the ordinance in Rajya Sabha, and you're talking about at least 20 seats, 13 plus 7, and you could fight it together with the Aam Aadmi Party where Delhi and Punjab are concerned.
Thank you. Kindly allow me a minute and a half uninterrupted. As far as the topic of Delhi ordinance is concerned, the matter for us, congressmen, is equivalent to being sub judice because our High Command is deliberating upon that. However, if the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson is here on the debate, I would like to ask a question to them. Why did the Aam Aadmi Party not go to court in June? Because the vacation bench nevertheless sits, and the matters of triple talaq, the matter of NJAC was decided in summer vacations. Number 2, coming to the topic. See, the ideology of the opposition parties is very simple. It is Bharat Jodo. It is against the Bharatiya Janata Party's ideology of Bharat Todo. Now we need to understand one thing, that the Bharatiya Janata Party is, against national interest. It has been realized by everybody. And thanks to the Bharatiya Janata Party's suppression politics, vendetta politics, they have united the entire country against them. They have united all the political parties against themselves. And, I think the House of Cards of the Bharatiya Janata Party had created based upon lies, based upon betrayal, based upon
But Arshdeep Khadial, you might have united the opposition parties. One party is still missing, and that's the Aam Aadmi Party, and the onus lies on the Congress right now, and that at least is what transpired in that meeting. And I want to bring in Maushmi back into this conversation. Maushmi, it seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, out of the 17 political parties which include the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, of the 15, 12 openly supported the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance, where the likes of Mamata Banerjee even wanted it part of the press note which goes out to the media where this meeting was concerned. So now the ball clearly in the Congress's court. What's going on there?
Absolutely, Preeti, and here that I had this inkling. I had said yesterday as well that the Congress feels that the Aam Aadmi Party is holding it to gunpoint and asking for a yes or a no. And these pressure tactics don't work if you're talking about building trust and building a relationship for the upcoming polls as far as the alliances are concerned. And that's what happened. The Congress refused to say a yes or a no and said we will sort it out on a later date. But my sources tell me that the Congress in principle has agreed to in fact vote against the ordinance and support the Aam Aadmi Party. But it's just the commitment. There is a lot of blood loss between both of them, and perhaps the Congress was not ready to give it so easy to the Aam Aadmi Party. That's why many leaders refer to the fact that there are many parties who are not here but will join the bandwagon. Nitish Kumar indicated smilingly that there are some leaders who had to leave early because there was a flight. I have a mini scoop for you, Preeti. When I went inside and Arvind Kejriwal's nameplate was hurriedly taken away when he didn't turn up. Remember, we were talking about who's going to sit between Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi. But behind, in the back, amidst the backbenchers or the second row benchers where Supriya Sule was seated, I saw that Raghav Chadha and Sanjay Singh's nameplate was right there. So Arvind Kejriwal pulled out of the press conference last moment. It's not like MK Stalin, who might have indicated that he has to fly far south and he would like to leave before the presser. But Arvind Kejriwal perhaps was expected in the press conference and didn't turn up. Now perhaps there would be a lot of off-camera and back-channel talks over what has transpired and why did Arvind leave in a huff. But that actually indicates, you know, you've made a start, but there are a lot of maneuvers, lots of positionings and lots of bargaining and lots of bending backwards that needs to be done not only by the regional satraps but also by the Congress party, and that's the reason, you know, the next meeting is not slotted very far away.
Right, true. There's not much time. Moshmi, thank you for joining us. We're going to come back to you on the top of 7. There are reporters getting you the latest, the inside scoops, the back-end deals on what's really going on, who's missing, who walked off in a huff. Where Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, one thing is very clear. The reason he left is attended the meeting but boycotted the press conferences because the Congress refused to commit on the issue of ordinance. The Aam Aadmi Party sources say that we're willing to talk about everything. They're willing to talk about seat sharing where Delhi is concerned, willing to talk about seat sharing where Punjab is concerned, willing to also talk about whether or not the Aam Aadmi Party will make forays into states like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, but at least support us when it comes down to the ordinance in Rajya Sabha. Will that happen where the Congress is concerned? We'll see. Not much time. If the meeting in Simla, the second round, is slated to be on the 2nd or the 13th. We'll keep an eye on it. A quick break. Coming up on the other side of the fascinating story, yet tragic. After 4 days of intense search and rescue operations, the 5-member crew on board the submersible Titan have been reported assumed dead.
Highest trappings of American friendship on full display. America extends its most elevated protocols for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But India means business, no mere optics. The Prime Minister gets down to work with the United States. A huge boost to India's air power, an emphatic statement of a deeper military cooperation. The Indian Air Force will get GE jet engines. The US manufacturer has announced plans to jointly produce F414 engines with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics in India. GE Aerospace is a leading provider of jet engines, components and systems for commercial and military aircraft. The company described the deal as a major milestone amidst Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, a key element in military ties between the two countries.
Inequality today. In Delhi, 132. In Mumbai, 56. In Kolkata, 25. In Bangalore, 55. In Chennai, 63. In Hyderabad, 6.
I want to touch upon another aspect which you are regarded very highly about is during your career and through your private sector tenure, you emphasize the need for gender neutrality in hiring and for promotion of executives in banks. And so many of your proteges or ICICI Bank employees went on to become chairpersons of very large banking corporations. Did that fill you with a lot of happiness and pride that you set it along the way and so many of them actually were, India had so many women bank chairmen over the last 10 or 15 years?
I am very proud and happy about it. But where I quarrel is I did not do anything on that. I just said that, as I was mentioning, I did not differentiate between man and woman in banking. For me, what mattered is talent. What mattered is merit. And if the gender did not come in the way, I removed the firewall between the genders, and that the rest took care of itself. Because the women were really as strong as men, insofar as professional management is concerned. In some respects, they were better than men also. At one stage in ICICI Bank, it was told that I was sitting and Kamath was sitting next to me in the board. The rest were all women were sitting there. But it was a very pleasant sight. And that's the way in which the general neutrality will later come. I read recently something about some criticism about India that only 27% of women have employment and the rest are not employed. So when we talk in terms of the demographic dividend, we are not utilizing 73% of our demographic population. So that is not a very good thing to happen. And so we need to remove a lot of barriers which are preventing women to come up in the any organization. It's not only banking, in any organization for that matter. I think the gender neutrality is a must for success of an organization.
No, it's remarkable to hear that you and Mr. Kamath were sitting in the board with surrounded only by women. It's such a remarkable story. But I also want to ask you on the same strain and I hope you'll humor me. Now, did it strike a bitter note when this whole Chanda Kochar episode happened? Because she was a woman who rose to the top, and then that very unfortunate episode happened. What was your reaction when you read about it and heard about it?
I would rather not comment on that because I think still there is what's known as sub judice. And this is a matter I don't want to discuss in public. Successions take place on the basis of the judgment which we consider to be proper at that particular point of time. And what happens later on is something which we all make mistakes. If it turns out it's a mistake, we have to acknowledge it is a mistake. But we could never have known. In any case, this cannot be a matter of public debate.
Welcome back. Let's cut across right now to Union Minister Smriti Irani speaking.
कभी कल्पना नहीं की होगी कि जिस ममता बंदोपाध्याय के हाथ कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के खून से सने हैं, वही हाथ एक दिन राहुल जी के सर पर दिखाई देगा। ये कल्पना तो तमिलनाडु की जनता ने भी नहीं की होगी कि जिस डीएमके पार्टी को 1990 के दशक में कांग्रेस के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी जी की हत्या में सहयोग देने का आरोप लगाया, एक दिन उसी डीएमके के साथ गांधी खानदान के नेतृत्व में रिश्ते कांग्रेस पार्टी के और मधुर होंगे। राष्ट्र ने देखा ममता जी ने लालू जी के चरण स्पर्श किए, लेकिन लालू जी ना जनता भूली ना निश्चित आप कि कैसे ममता बंदोपाध्याय जी ने आपके खिलाफ आपके दावों की पोल खोलते हुए एक श्वेत पत्र जारी किया था। राष्ट्र यह भी नहीं भूलेगा कि विपक्ष के नेता शरद पवार जी ने सोनिया जी के नेतृत्व पर किस प्रकार की टिप्पणी की थी। मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि ममता जी ने अपने उचित भाव तब प्रस्तुत किए जब उन्होंने कहा कि अगर राहुल गांधी विपक्ष के लीडर बन गए तो नरेंद्र मोदी को पुनः 2024 में प्रधानमंत्री बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। स्वार्थ का ये गठबंधन जिसके निशाने पर है हिंदुस्तान, ये राजनीतिक दल जब भी इकट्ठे आए भ्रष्टाचार लाए, परिवारवाद लाए और राष्ट्र की आर्थिक प्रगति को संकुचित करने का अपने संग आरोप लेते आए। Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that wolves hunt in packs. A political pack met in Patna. Their prey is the future of India. It is ironical that Trinamool Congress party members today witnessed bonhomie between Mamata Bandyopadhyay and that Communist Party, the leadership of which was particularly known for dragging Mamata Bandyopadhyay by her hair especially when she tried to speak for the people of Bengal. It is ironical that the Congress leadership at the center shakes hands with Mamata Bandyopadhyay, the TMC leadership whose hands are sullied by the blood of Congress workers in the state of West Bengal. That it is known in the late 90s, the Congress leadership had accused the DMK leadership of contributing to circumstances that led to the assassination of Sri Rajiv Gandhi, begs the question, At what cost will the Gandhi family do its politics? While the nation was recently witness to Mamata Bandyopadhyay ji pay reverence to Lalu ji, I'm sure neither the nation nor Lalu ji has forgotten how Mamata Bandyopadhyay presented a white paper describing in detail the incapacities of Lalu ji as a minister in the center. It is interesting that Mamata Bandyopadhyay has been extremely prophetic when she said that if Rahul Gandhi is the leader of the opposition, then it is certain that Narendra Modi will yet again be elected as Prime Minister. Like I said, wolves hunt in pack. The prey today that they have decided will be the future of India. I'll leave the floor open for questions, please.
आसिफ एएनआई
स्मृति जी, विपक्ष का बैठक था, अरविंद केजरीवाल गए थे, लेकिन अध्यादेश को लेकर के वो कह रहे कांग्रेस साथ नहीं देती तो हम आगे से किसी भी बैठक में नहीं आएंगे। उसी के साथ एक जुड़ता हुआ प्रश्न है कि महबूबा मुफ्ती कह रही कि जो देश 370 जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से हटाओ, आगे देश में भी इसी तरह से कुछ हो सकता है।
आपके दो प्रश्न हैं, दोनों का अलग अलग जवाब है। आम आदमी पार्टी का गठबंधन की शुरुआत में ही गठबंधन को पॉलिटिकली ब्लैकमेल करना इस बात का संकेत है कि इस अनहोली अलायंस के साथ क्या पॉलिटिकल अनहोनी होने वाली है। जहां तक महबूबा मुफ्ती जी का सवाल है, श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी को स्पष्ट करना होगा कि क्या श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी और उनका परिवार पुनः भारत का विभाजन चाहता है।
यतीन्द्र टीवी 18।
मेरा एक सवाल है, जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही थी और सीताराम येचुरी का नंबर आया तो ममता बनर्जी उनके बोलने की वजह से नाराज दिखाई दी और उनके बोलने से पहले वो पीसी छोड़कर चली गई। दूसरा सवाल एक है कि लालू प्रसाद यादव ने राहुल गांधी के ऊपर बोला कि अब उनको
Press conference by BJP Minister Smriti Irani taking on what was the Mahagathbandhan meet in Patna. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us right on the top of 6 p.m. My colleague Akshuta with the top story of Prime Minister Modi becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to address the joint meeting of the U.S. Congress twice. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
Day one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington DC was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies, with the Bidens and Desi diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the joint base Andrews in Washington DC, where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him. the Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington, D.C., where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the U.S. Capitol, Modi and U.S. First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
Powered by Voltas Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC. Ajio Big Bold Sale.
Prime Minister Modi shuts down dying democracy rant. Sharpest pushback against propaganda. Asked on Minority Report, Modi's fiery reply.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है.
Modi rose. रग रग में डेमोक्रेसी.
Hello and good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and over the next 1 hour, we're focusing on all the big highlights, all the big takeaways from the Prime Minister's visit to America so far. The big headline-grabbing moment was, of course, his address at the U.S. Congress, as well as his response to a media question about minority rights, human rights being snatched in India, and that entire narrative. We'll get to all the reactions coming in on that and also keep a focus on what you can expect over the next few hours, the final leg of the Prime Minister's America visit. First, as always, let's begin with the headlines. Mega opposition meet concludes in Patna. 15 political parties decide to fight against Modi together, but no consensus or post of convener. Round 2 of discussions in Shimla next in August. AAP fumes at Congress over ordinance war, says it should decide whether it's with the BJP or against it. Kejriwal skips the joint opposition press briefing. AIMIM chief Owaisi's big attack on Nitish, asks where was Nitish in 2002 Gujarat genocide, says opposition will end up helping Modi in 2024. BJP hits out at opposition Gathbandhan meet in Patna. Smriti Irani calls it a selfish alliance, says India's future is opposition's target. Prime Minister Modi attends the all-important state dinner with President Biden, and First Lady Jill Biden raises a toast to India-U.S. friendship. And after a 5-day intensive hunt in the Atlantic Ocean, all 5 civilians on board Ocean Gate's Titanic submersible declared dead. So as we focus on the Prime Minister's visit to America, and day 2 particularly was a full-on power-packed agenda, let's tell you what to expect in the hours to come. Again, through the night, the Prime Minister is going to be busy, at least Indian Standard Time. Let's tell you what's on the itinerary going forward. Well, at about 10 p.m. this evening, you can expect that there will be India-U.S. high-tech handshake event. Now, this is where tech companies will be coming together. This event will happen at the White House. That will be followed by a luncheon, a State Department luncheon, where representatives, all the officials who've been part of the Indian contingent will also be a part of that particular lunch. Now, after that, there will be a series of business meetings also that will take place. Remember, we've already seen some business huddles peppered along the Prime Minister's schedule in the last few days. You can expect more of that between 2:45 to 3:45 in the morning. And then the big one, the community event at the Ronald Reagan Center, which will kick off at 4 a.m. Indian Standard Time. The Prime Minister is expected to be there somewhere between 4:30 to 5 in the morning, and he's going to be addressing the Indian diaspora. Hours later, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be leaving from America after what has been deemed as a hugely successful tour and a successful visit. At 9:40 a.m. tomorrow morning, he will be departing from America, not coming back home just yet. He's going to be heading to Cairo in Egypt. But what's happened so far as as the Prime Minister's America visit is concerned? In the last 24 hours, there have been crucial takeaways and developments that have happened. In case you've missed them, let's get you some of the most eye-catching moments. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's almost an hour-long address to the joint session of US Congress clearly left a lasting impression. Congressmen filled the hall. In fact, there were chants of Modi, Modi, with 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses. The chants came from the galleries filled with Indian Americans. The Prime Minister's address was also attended by the Indian diaspora, and they were seen chanting slogans throughout the Prime Minister's speech, as you can hear them. It wasn't just, however, the Indian diaspora. They were supremely excited. Prime Minister Modi was seen signing autographs for some of the members of US Congress. The senators were queuing up to get a signed copy of the Prime Minister's speech. Members of the US Congress also flanked Prime Minister Modi to click a selfie with him. And the Prime Minister was seen graciously heeding to every selfie request, spending almost 15 minutes after his speech heeding to every request. The iconic Empire State Building in New York was, in fact, lit up in the tricolor during the Prime Minister's visit. And the Empire State Building was shining bright in the colors of the Indian national flag. Let's first get you details of what played out in the US Congress address. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now the first Indian Prime Minister to have addressed the joint meeting of the US Congress twice. In his hour-long address to the US Congress, Prime Minister Modi touched upon various topics. He spoke about climate change. He spoke about Indian economy, the growth, the boom we've been seeing, women empowerment, terrorism. He spoke about the Indo-Pacific, the Quad's power, and amid all of that, also threw in a number of jokes that had the House in laughs. Let's get you all the details in our next report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic second address to the US Congress. The Prime Minister walked into loud cheer and applause as lawmakers welcomed him. Flanked by US Vice President Kamala Harris, the Prime Minister received a rock star welcome. Lawmakers stood up and applauded as he walked up to the podium to deliver his address. Chants of Modi, Modi from members of the Indian American lawmakers and members of the Indian diaspora reverberated the Grand House chamber at the US Capitol.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
In a scathing attack on Pakistan, Prime Minister reiterated that there can be no double standards in dealing with terror. He called on the world to act against state sponsors of terror.
More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26 11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror.
Prime Minister Modi also referred to China amid its aggressive military maneuvering in the strategically vital Indo-Pacific region.
The dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. We also remember,
noting that the Ukraine
many
conflict
others
is causing great pain in the region,
work
Modi
for
said that this is
liberty,
not an era of war,
equality,
once again appealing for dialogue and
justice.
diplomacy.
This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering.
Modi paid rich tribute to the Indian-American community's success and cited
Every
Vice President
100
Kamala
miles.
Harris as a glowing example.
There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who
Prime Minister Modi also hailed woman power and said that they will lead the world towards a better future.
women's sages compose many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
Modi sang a couplet written by him to stress India's steely resolve in the global arena.
आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है.
Modi received 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses during his hour-long speech.
I think more than anything, you talk about the future and the future alliance between the United States and India, how great that's going to be. And it was a very moving speech.
The message from the Prime Minister is very positive and very exciting to see the relationship between the United States and India.
God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-U.S. friendship. Thank you.
Amid Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants, the Prime Minister was mobbed for selfies and autographs both by US lawmakers and Indian Americans. With Rahul Gandhi and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take this across now to our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan. She's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Geeta, it's been, of course, a fully packed meeting and visit for the Prime Minister, which means it's been packed for you too, while covering the Prime Minister's different schedules. But what's expected now going forward in the hours to come? What to you is going to be the biggest highlight of the events lined up?
Well, a very important business engagement. There's a high-tech handshake that is going to take place. No access there. There's going to be a pool spray, which means official media will go in, take photo ops, and come out. Then he has some very important meetings with the top CEOs of the country, followed by his address to an event organized by US ISPF. That's going to be a very interesting one at the Kennedy Center, where there are about 900 to 1,000 delegates who would be there to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the vision of an economic future for India and the United States of America. And finally, before he leaves for Cairo, Egypt, he is going to do what he does in every visit of his, which is engage the Indian diaspora. That's going to happen at a place called the Ronald Reagan Center, right across his own hotel, Hotel Bullard. And there, like in the past, when we've had a huge...
Okay, apologies. We'll reconnect with Geeta in just a bit. She has been getting us details really of what's expected now going forward in the Prime Minister's visit, the last day of his America tour, and lots lined up once again. We'll continue tracking that and continue also getting you the highlights on the other side of a short break. What played out at the state dinner at the White House? That's what we'll tell you after this short break. Stay with us.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose traditional Hindu culture of Das Danam for an octogenarian who has witnessed 1,000 full moons as his gift concept for the US President Joe Biden. In a sandalwood box handcrafted by a master craftsman from Jaipur, 10 different objects of Das Danam were aesthetically placed. The sandalwood for the box was sourced from Mysore and had intricately carved flora and fauna patterns. For the Das Danam, Bhu Danam or land donation is an important gift. Sandalwood was offered in place of Bhutan. In fact, each item of this gift box is handcrafted from different parts of India. There was a silver idol of Ganesha, the Hindu deity considered as the destroyer of obstacles and the one who is worshipped first among all gods. It's handcrafted by a family of 5th generation silversmiths of Kolkata.